Here we go again. Today, my settings are medium, so that hopefully my performance is a little more optimal for the stream. I've put a lot of work into this. Super proud of it. Check out those pixels. I'm gonna go share this stream really quick. I share this to like 8 groups on Facebook and a few on Reddit. Unreal Engine, ArchViz, 4. Okay, I guess I've got all the Facebook groups. What's up, buddy? Well, if you keep trying, I bet you will. shared a couple places. Oh, the way this renders is amazing. Don't you just play Minecraft the same way you normally do? Okay. Ooh. I don't know. So it looks like they're usually more vertical. A couple of different designs. Red, blue, green. This is a different one, so we're going to save that. Huh. Alright, there's one more I gotta do. Not sure how to feel about this one. Well, let's do it. Let's take... You gotta go to creative mode, remember? No, baby, I'm streaming right now. Okay. Can't what? Are you in creative mode in your settings? Are you hearts? Doesn't sound like you're in creative mode then. You're probably not in creative mode. You're probably not in creative mode. Is that possible? Did you go to your settings to make sure? Yeah, can you do that real quick? Just make sure you're in creative mode. You're gonna have to find it, baby. You know what a bee looks like. Zeppelin. Kind of like this effect that we have where we can see the pixelation. If I change it to the dots, you don't see it so bad. You don't see it like it's not as predominant. This one gives the most of like that LED effect. And I guess it's a matter of creative direction. If I decide I want to kind of have this look versus having it look more clean and expensive. So if we want to get rid of that look, I use the one with the dots. I can make it look more green. So it shows more green. That's an interesting way to do it. So this one's kind of interesting. I want to be able to see it more when I go from the side view from my player. So I'm going to stick with this more pixelated look. All right, let's pause the music and do a play test. I think I prefer keyboard and mouse.
I can't wait.
Let's see. I need to figure out what to change this to. Shout out JS Films.
Hey, what's going on, yo?
Let's see. Full size in MB, and I think by default, what is the default pool size? I think I need to do like 1024. So paste 1024 and okay. Okay, let's see.
That's not how it works.
Okay, didn't really happen. Oh, I know what you want. I got one of these for the cutest little guy I ever saw. Yummy, 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 yummy.
How dare you? Give me that.
All right, so real quick, since this is the early part of the stream, I'll go over this real quick. I've got an interaction system where I can pick items up. That system is designed to where I can add a tag to certain items so that I pick it up at its pivot point. And for those items that I want to be inspected, I set the pivot to the center, and then I can press R to rotate and inspect the item. And then for some items, I can set a throw, like I don't know how to explain it, but I can set a throw velocity to where if I click the throw button, it's going to go flying, or it's either just going to fall straight to the ground. I also have physical material properties on some items, like this ball, as well as a basketball that I have in the garage. And then I have it set up to where some items can and can't be stepped on. But, I'm experimenting with different types of material setups. As you can see, this one has like a plastic cover over the plate, but you can still see the plate like underneath the plastic. So I'm not sure if that can translate on the screen, but ever since I set up my character camera to be attached to my player's head, my pickup system, my inspect system isn't as smooth. So that's something I have to figure out how to fix, because the camera being attached to the player's head was an accident. Like, I didn't know that was going to happen when I changed a couple of settings to fix my character animation. So I got certain things you can pick up and look at. Everything has collisions and physics. And the goal was to be able to look at different items, inspect them, and have this system to where you can pick things up and basically collect items for some use in the game in the future. But the goal here is to create some sort of simulation. And I don't know if having the camera attached to his head is the best idea, but everything is dynamic. Got interactions on the light switches. So let's do a quick light switch and interaction walkthrough. Kitchen light. This one is the fan and the overhead lights. When I turn those overhead lights off, this night light comes on. And the same is true for the hallway and other rooms as well. So those lights are going to go off. And to make it easy to find the light switches when you're in a completely dark house, the bottom of the light switch has a LED material set when I turn the light switch on, and then the top will have it set when I turn the light switch off. Everything is interactive. I can open the garage door. I can turn off the light here. I can change the time of day. Let's go to somewhere that's a little brighter. All right, that's my moody. And then I want something that's a lot brighter. You're not buying anything, buddy. All right, I can click on this, and I've got to really adjust some of the ray tracing settings to deal with these shadows, but the goal here was to have a very interactive system. And some of my settings are set to medium, so excuse any of the artifacts that you might see, but I want this to be performant because I'm streaming off the same machine. One of the main things that I'm doing right now is optimizing materials. So this mesh, this washer, for example, might come with 10 materials and 30 different static mesh assets. I'm going to reduce those down to 1 to 2 static meshes and then 1 to 2 materials. Well, not 1 to 2 materials, probably with something like this. It could be 2 materials. Could be 1 material, to be honest, but because these are dynamic meshes and I want to be able to open and close doors and actually manipulate some of the displays on these devices, I have them more dynamically set up to where it's not a single mesh. We'll go into that room in a minute. All the doors are physics assets, so I can right click and drag the door to open and close it, or I can just walk through it with my character pawn and push it closed with my body. Still have to work on my indirect lighting, but let's see, we've got more lights. Turn these sconces off. Those will come on. Same there. You can pick up some objects, move them around. So I do have my global illumination set to pretty like more system performant. So turn it on and off lights, open and close windows, open and close doors. I do want to have it to where during the day everything looks pretty good when lights are kind of turned off. Let's change the time of day once more. I want to get that sun just kind of shining in here a little bit. And then my favorite part of the house, well, before I go there, I just recently added these shower curtains. I like the look of them.
Pretty finish.
Grizzlies a 6-point lead. Shot clock is starting. Morant with a steal.
I can also mute the audio
Oh, what a play by Morant.
so that I can have the TVs playing. So a little inspection blueprints. And I can also, let's go back to a brighter time of day. I can also press L to enable all lights. All right, so now all the lights are turned on. Let's turn these TVs off, close these doors. I just did this yesterday. I brought the chairs in and I set them to, I can now rotate them. Let's see, do we have this set to inspect? Or let's see, and the wheels work. So that took a while to set up, to figure out how to get the wheels to do what they're supposed to do. I can jump on the thing. So a lot of interactive features. And I've been working a lot on this room. It's set up to where I've got a playlist on the TV. Let me, I wonder if it's F1, 2, 3. Okay, there's the wireframe, kind of crazy. Here's just unlit, so you can see there's a LED TV that's hanging from the ceiling, and I've got these two individual speakers. Here you've got Mortal Kombat inside of the PlayStation, Crazy Taxi in the PlayStation 2, and some interaction items, a compact disc, jewel case with real glass. You'll be able to pick it up and open it and look at the contents on the inside. TV remote for changing the source, another media remote for changing the media, and then a PSP. So if I click on this media remote, it'll play a video. I'm not going to do it just yet. I can pick it up also and, you know, do some interactions with it. Let's rotate it back. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to lit. So, bunch of cool things. Got this little rack mounted entertainment system with the real time. It's actually 2:33 right now, 2:34 now. And I'll show you that elsewhere in the house. On the clock, 2:34. 2:34. That took a whole day to figure out how to set it up. 2:34 and November 30, 2025. The temperature is not correct. That's a work in progress. I've got to set up some APIs to get the temperature to actually display on the device. And then there's one more place that I have a clock. So 2:34 here on the thermostat. I don't know if you can hear it in the game. Turn it up a little bit. So you can hear that noise coming from the bottom of the door down there. That's an actual vent. As you step back, you can hear just the general sound of the AC unit. And then when you go underneath a vent, yeah, let me just drop the guitar on the floor. So a lot of attention to detail. I've got to set some systems up to where I can attach some bones to the object so that I can have a much easier way of placing them back, you know, let's say on the guitar stand. And I did a lot of work on the collisions. So I can also turn the AC off, but I've got to adjust how that volume triggers.
It's so weird. I can't do it.
So I've got some items set up in a way that, you know, I can simulate physics.
I don't wanna do it for hours.
Not the greatest simulation ever, but it's a start for doing this from scratch. I didn't know how to do any of the physics, how to set up the objects. So I went and took these meshes and combined them in a way that, you know, for the skateboard, for example, it's a wooden board with grip tape as one mesh with the trucks. And then there's one wheel mesh, and I duplicate that one wheel across the four, you know, I guess mounting points of the skateboard. And then I combine those meshes into a blueprint actor, and then I attach physics constraints to the mesh so that I can simulate physics. So same thing is true for some of these other items. And what I really wanted to emphasize was like the ability to inspect assets. And once I adjust how to handle the player's camera, this inspection thing will be a lot easier to figure out. It's hard to really inspect an item in detail when the player's head is moving and I pick up an object. But here's another example of physics constraints. So the cart is one mesh, the wheel is one mesh, and that one wheel is duplicated across those mounting points. And I use physics constraints inside of a blueprint to make that possible. Let's see, let me think of what else I've done. So my favorite part of this whole thing is that this left speaker actually plays the left channel, which I've had to manually separate in the media files. I have a left MP3 for each video. I have a right channel MP3 for each video. And then the video itself has a left and right channel kind of built into it. But out of this speaker only plays the left channel. Out of this speaker only plays the right channel, and everything's spatialized. So I can click this little guy, or I can just press C on the keyboard. So let's do C.
In a world of sound, where every detail matters,
We're gonna cut the lights
and
out.
every whisper tells a story, you're about to experience the true power of 5.1 surround sound. Front left, where motion begins, carrying the rhythm, the wind, and the movement across your scene. Center. The voice of your world, where dialogue lives and the story takes form. Front right, completing the picture with clarity, melody, and precision.
So let's switch through some of these channels.
Guess you weren't expecting it.
What the hell is going on?
We have now reached the junction.
Well, I guess the surgery didn't go so well.
To see how the
You've passed away, Larry.
Good morning, Corey. Good morning, Michelle. I believe every company.
I have a purpose.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Do you make money at this little table tennis thing?
Not yet.
Do you have a job?
No. Backhand! Backhand! Forehand!
How do you live?
Well, I live with the confidence if I believe in
No friends in the industry, my brothers been my brothers, man. You ain't no kin to me or friend. And I'm like Shakira.
Certain times and places still just resonate today.
Wait a minute, Zeppelin, I'm streaming. You can't buy anything. What are you trying to do? You're not playing Roblox. That's what I see right there. What are you trying to do then? You see it. What are you trying to do? You're not.
Let's review the top 20.
Please give a round of applause for Mark Curry.
So let's change the source to the PlayStation. The goal here is just like to have a fun little experience where you can kind of play with anything, pick up, touch anything, interact with everything. What are you trying to do, baby? You're complaining about something when I gave you the tablet today. If you need help, come over here and tell me what you need help with. Come here and show me what you're trying to do. Bring it over here. Like I said, you're not playing Roblox.
I'm not playing Roblox.
Profile parental controls. You can't buy anything either.
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, you're trying to, it's asking you to buy a decoration mod for $9. We're not buying anything.
Hey, hey, come on over, have some fun with crazy. All right, let's go buy some grub. Go ahead and pick a car and driver. BD Joe.
Yeah, we can have some fun.
Hey, 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 it's time to make some crazy money. Are you ready? Here we go.
Come on, get in.
Thanks. Just drive.
You're gonna love this.
So let's turn that off. I can reset Shift C and then C again. So let's go all the way to the end of the playlist. Oh, it crashed because I went too crazy. Fortunately, we got a fast boot. But yeah, basically what it is just a playlist actor. It's 3 playlist actors. And this is what was complicated in figuring out how to set this up in a way that I can have spatialized audio to have surround sound while the sound is also like spatialized to the player. Pixels 3 and 4. I don't think we need to do anything with the remotes. Maybe I did change a couple of things minus the playlist. Probably can't restore something. So if that makes no sense, essentially inside of the headphones or your speakers, you hear audio based on the player's position in the world. With that, I also wanted to simulate stereo sound for the 2 speakers. So only the left channel audio from anything that plays through the playlist comes through the left speaker. So if you're standing close to the left speaker, you will hear only the left channel. If you stand directly in the center, you'll hear, based on the position of those speakers, the panning of the audio, like it's kind of like high dynamic range. Otherwise, the audio would come from one position, and while it's spatialized based on the player's location, you wouldn't hear that separation of left and right channels, which is I couldn't find any tutorials on how to implement that on top of a playlist, on top of video playing on a, let's say a screen, a TV. Most people, I don't think, are trying to do something like this. But, you know, I imagine maybe someday I'll set up a music production studio in a virtual space and have spatialized audio, which this would mean that you know, if I were to play audio, this would be good for probably a stage environment too. If I were to bring in audio and I wanted to spatialize like 5.1 or 7.1 surround sound, I'd have to separate all 8 of the channels, because it's 7 channels and then the 0.1 I think is like the bass or something. I'd have to separate all 8 of the channels and then queue up 8 playlists, or 9 if it were videos. But let's walk through some of what I've got set up here. On YouTube, I decided I wanted to make this 3D text to kind of promote the demo. There's a demo you can download on my Patreon. But this text, when you walk through this block, excuse me for a minute. Five-year-old is Minecrafting. A couple of things that I didn't show. Aside from these boxes that basically trigger a material change and an opacity override on the basement text, this is the character is supposed to start from outside, and then he sees the basement text as he's walking in, and let's just trigger it one time. So character's here, game starts, he pushes through the door or grabs it and swings it open. And then as I walk through, I trigger the box. It'll change the opacity of the text. And then you're free to basically explore and do whatever. The other thing I didn't show is that you can manipulate the furniture. So I've got an interaction, I forget what it's called. I've got an interaction system set up to where you can left click on this and change the mesh. So obviously I put something there that was similar. I'm going to set it up to where you can shift left click to do a different type of interaction that's going to change the material on the mesh. That way, instead of like clicking on a menu and then picking your item, the player or user will be able to swap between different furniture, pieces of furniture, move them around the room, place them and rotate them. So I can move this here, and then I can rotate it. It's kind of colliding with the floor right now, but let's rotate it and then change it. There we go. So this one I got to work on because the collision, it's colliding with the floor, which makes it look a little buggy. But everything is, almost everything is interactable and physics driven. including, you know, the table. So let's go time of day. And then one of the other features also, if I wanted to see what everything looks like at night, this is temporary, so let's set it to nighttime. I can open the garage from here. And I can adjust the lights for the most part. So let's do an L to turn all the lights off except for the porch. All right, and this switch also controls, this is a master switch. So I'm gonna have like, I don't know, a breaker box or something over here, I don't know. But just having these lights kind of floating right here lets the user see what he's or she is manipulating. I think this one is one of the bedrooms. There's another bedroom light. Porch. Front room. Let's turn these other ones off. This one I think goes to the garage. And then of course I can close the garage door from here. Switch back to daytime. So the purpose of this was to be entirely interactive. Actually, I'm gonna go back night again. Go inside. And you'll see like you can hardly see anything, but I can enable all lights again. So if you want to get an idea for what, you know, a space looks like different times of the day, and then how the time of day transitions, like let's go, where are we? Let's go through this door. Having these little night lights helps you navigate through the rooms. So seeing what these spaces look like at night to give a more realistic depiction. Right, so let's open this closet door, turn this light on. So in real life, you can hardly see anything when you turn the lights off at night. Most video games are going to compensate with a bias, exposure bias for interior and for nighttime. So if it's daytime, there would be an exposure bias that reduces the exposure on the interior so that it's not overexposed. In the nighttime, it will increase the exposure, but I don't want it to be ArchViz and visually polished. I want it to be realistic so that when I go to those clients who are doing light studies, they can see, okay, here's how this particular set of lights are going to look, right? So we want to kind of take a realistic approach and bring in some real assets, some real products, and say, hey, this particular light set with these material properties is going to give you about this type of this amount of visual fidelity. I don't know if that's the right word I'm trying to use to kind of explain light studies, but you know, visibility. Let's keep it at that. Make it simple. And when you have, you know, a certain number of devices on in a space, you know, let's say a microwave. Let me close this door to get rid of that light up there. Let's turn this one on, this one off. Let's cut this off. Right, so legitimate light study, and it's all happening in real time, and then you have all these different like ways that you can look at that and display or preview that for, you know, let's say a client. You want to say, hey, you know, you want to see exactly where the sun is in any given time of day. Let's see how that impacts all your lighting. Let's see what this place looks like when it's completely unlit. So, you know, in a different times of day, you'll have a pretty good example of what a room is going to look like and how you can renovate it, modify it, stage it. So, you know, that's really what I was going for here. I've got to work on it, but it looks a lot better when you're not watching through a YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook stream, and when I'm not reducing the quality for streaming. I think that's it. The global illumination could use some work for sure. And one of the other things is this is also interactive.
What just happened?
Okay, put it away, Zeppelin. All right, control your anger then. This is why you don't have video games and TV. These games are making you angry. We're going to have to get rid of them, okay?
But my clock keeps turning off by itself.
Okay, there's probably something wrong with it, and that's something we can figure out together, okay? Let's escape. And let's take a look around. I've got everything organized by folders. Organization was one of the biggest parts of this thing. It's like being able to isolate different rooms, turn certain things on and off. Let's see, game room, garage, kitchen, landscape, laundry room, even lighting. So I can get rid of all the lights and just keep the skylight on. Let's take off floor lights and ceiling lights. Something else is still on, light fixtures. There we go. Let's hide a couple of things. Game start hide text. This one looks like it needs to be in front room. And one needs to be in bedroom 1. Actually, no, both of these are front room. Gotta get rid of one of them though. Okay, let's see. Patio, people, playground, playroom, and structure. So let's get our lighting back on. And now, you know, I can add a blueprint in here that hides all of the meshes, including the character. And this gives the user a way to actually walk through and see what each room looks like. The other feature that I disabled for now is the AR, augmented reality camera, where I can take my iPad and just walk around the scene. And I put a lot of attention into detail for, you know, baseboards. I actually measured everything in the basement. This room actually is painted the same way the other rooms are. So I was really proud of being able to nail this carpet material. So when you first look at the house on, you know, let's say you look at the house on Zillow, I'll show you what you'll see. Let's go to photos. And I want to say, I'll pull these up in Chrome maybe. Or let's file new. Let's go to, let's create a artboard. Let's turn this into an artboard space. Okay. So real quick, I'm going to bring these pictures in here. Let's see, you know, we've got a few more. So it's one thing to work with references. It's another to actually take measurements and have the real space that you can work with. The only thing I haven't quite nailed yet is the exact replica of the countertops. Let's start here. This is ultimately where I started. I started modeling this room, which is my son's bedroom that our computers are set up in. And let's switch over here. Let's go into it. All right, see if we can get a similar camera angle here. Let's change our field of view from 90 to 120. Camera's a little tilted, but you know, this is pretty close. Okay, and then let's switch over. So the real room, the bedroom, so it's the same thing. What's next? All right, we have front room. So let's go to the front room. And I think I'm going to dock this one on top. Let's see what the shortcut is. Power tools, fancy zones, always on top. Windows Control T. Let's try it. Let's see. Okay, great. So I'll go to main view. And let's try to replicate the position of this. I would say that's pretty close. And let's turn on the fireplace. How's it going over there, Zeppelin? Figuring things out? So we need front room and fireplace. BP fireplace, there it is. So a little bit of a different insert for the fireplace, but for the most part, it looks the same. All right, let's see what's next. Okay, kitchen. All right, so let's go over to the kitchen section. I'm going to disable this fixture. And then I'm going to turn off the lights that are in the entryway. And let's see if we can kind of replicate this. Almost. Just got to figure out the field of view, I guess. Let's go to kitchen and we're going to turn on the cabinets and the stove. Yep, and then let's have a look. So as you can see, I did a different material on the countertop, but okay. see what's next. Kitchen again from a different angle. Oh, forgot the microwave. Let's find the microwave. Kitchen, microwave. And the dishwasher. So similar appliance for the stove, kind of similar. And the dishwasher, I guess microwave is kind of similar too. I got as close as I could on the appliances, but here we have it. So the goal is also to be able to swap out. Let me just turn these doors off. And as you can see, my lighting is not accurate, but great start. And this is a great way to just start previewing and showcasing a property. It's like, hey, you know, here's what the house, this is just the basement. I didn't do the main floor, third floor, but this is just the basement. Let's see. This is what the back of the house actually looks like. I don't know if I'll go as far as to do this, like to finish it out. But at the very least, you know, as you can see, there's this kind of bluish, and some of them, the sconces are different. There's a fan down here, which there are actually 2 fans up on the balcony. But let me turn the doors back on. And let's change my field of view.
At least they can't even break that. That's not fair.
All right, so that's about this picture. I forgot what year this is. This was a while ago, but this is the back of the house that goes out to a golf course, and the brick is a little bit different, but you can see that the structure is accurate, and I've built everything on the basement floor up to the top of the porch. I didn't do any gardening, any landscaping. I just put concrete here to make it easier to navigate through the project. This actually is a garage for the golf cart, so that you can go back out into the golf course. And I think that's it. So, you know, I could spend some time making this more accurate, but I really wanted the architectural visualization. You know, I really wanted to figure out how to approach building the project. I think there are some more pictures somewhere that I didn't download. I just downloaded a few. But again, like, you know, it's pretty good, I think, how much I've been able to replicate. I took a tape measure, and you know, I had to just figure out what the profile of all these, you know, trimmings and baseboards were. And when I say I measured everything, I measured everything. This is how they meet. It goes from one baseboard design to another. Goes to a trim around the doors. And then even the doors are highly detailed too. You got this detail here. So, you know, it's all geometry. Not really using PBR materials or decals to achieve this. This is also geometry. Since I wanted the light switches to be interactive, each light switch is a separate blueprint. To handle the lights, the emissive on the microwave, for example, it uses an emissive material, which I can swap out at runtime. So let's go ahead and close this. So let's see, swap material, let's go microwave, MI microwave. If we change this from MI microwave to microwave off, this is what we'll see. But there's also a light source enabled there. So if I go out of game mode, you see there's a light source there. But this is all packaged inside of a blueprint. And then it shows, if I simulate, it'll show the current time. So 3:15.
I'm the Lorax, guardian of the forest. I speak for the trees. So you're telling me you just didn't see me magically appear out of that stump? With all the lightning and thunder and stuff? You didn't see any of that?
No, but that sounds amazing. Can I see some of that?
Yeah, I can show you. That's not how it works.
Okay, didn't really happen.
These are some real paintings.
I know what you want. I got one of these for the cutest little guy I ever saw. Yummy, 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 yummy.
How dare you? Give me that! Well, I'm gonna eat this, but I am highly offended by it.
Whoa! What? Hey, mustache! Will you stop that? What's your deal, man?
Time for you to go.
So showing the real time and all that, I thought would be an interesting way to bring this project to the public. And there's nothing up here yet. I haven't quite gotten this far. It's just empty space and a bunch of light blocking volumes to help keep the quality of lumen as high as it can possibly be. Got closet systems. Let me turn closets on, which I think are part of the bedrooms. So let's take a look. Forgot those were in there. All right, so one of my favorite things to do with this project too is to turn off the structure. And the doors. And when you do this, you basically disable all the culling that happens when it hides geometry that's behind, that's not visible to the player, which really eats up performance. I need to go switch the laundry. Be right back. All right, so I thought this was a really cool way to preview the project. Let me set this as hidden. Let me set the structure as hidden too. Let's see what we got. Light blocking volume, main structure, blueprint. Let's hide that, and this structure blueprint. And then if I go play or simulate, now this is where it gets a little crazy because there's now nothing culling the geometry, but seeing the different effect of the lights, you know, when we go into nighttime mode, kind of makes for an interesting way to see everything. Gotta remember that we still have doors. Even though we can't see the doors, we still have to open them. So, kind of call this like an X-ray version of the project. So I'm gonna go turn off lights. Oh, I forgot I moved the microwave. See where the doors are actually, but I could feel myself walking through them. So what I'm about to do is just like individually turn off the lights so you can kind of see the vibe. This really reminds me of condos that I've lived in. I lived in a condo not too long ago, about 100 years old, brick walls, exposed, like it's super old but really nice. Had not vaulted but inset, I think is the word, ceilings. I like that orange glow. And I would have to set the bias of the night exposure to be a lot lower if I want to get a darker scene. Ah, there's another light on in here. There we go. What the whole scene kind of looks like at night. I think this is really cool. So this could give me a way to kind of preview if I wanted to make major changes to the space. If I wanted to break down walls, what would that look like? If I wanted to kind of make this exposed brick. And of course, when you go outside, you can't see any of that. But if we look inside, it feels like all those condos I've stayed in, where it's exposed ceilings and just brick and some asbestos. So let's take it back. Let's go back over here. We're going to turn the lights on all at once. And then I want to take a bird's eye view. So let's see if we can Alt S. Okay. Can this still work if I turn the lights on and off? Not really. Might be able to hide them though. So let's go lighting. No, I can't hide them. But you know, it's almost like it's almost like The Sims.
You're hiding the ceiling.
Yeah, the ceiling is hidden.
Well, I could still feel it.
So when you're doing architectural visualization in real time and you've got a client in front of you and you're having these informed conversations, there's a way that you can determine how money can be spent. I think much more effectively, and kind of validate some decisions in a way that is much harder to do when you're waiting on renderings and just throwing blueprints and plans around. And that's important, you know, the blueprints and getting things set up to where they can be approved and everything is done to code. Super important, but there's this process, like you want to get something done much quicker, or you want to be able to really see how that spent money is going to change the environment. I think using something like Unreal Engine is a great way to present that to clients, to architects, to investors, stakeholders, whatever it might be. And it's not just for real estate. It's not just for like residential. But this can apply to like retail. It's not just big commercial buildings, but when you're staging for retail and you've got, you know, 36 different stores in a, what do you call it, on a chain, a franchise, and you bring all of those, all the plans for each of those stores into one scene, you can create a sort of like cohesion and, you know, really spec out furnishings and different ways that you're going to customize a storefront. So I really love the way that this is all set up. This was a really fun project, and I wanted to get this to a point to where I can export a standalone Windows game, which I have one on Patreon, but I've got to update it with all this new stuff in it. And I've got to work on scalability. I've got to set it up to where people who have lower end systems can easily change the settings to match what their computer can handle. But I wanted to get this out there and showcase like all this interactive stuff in a way that I've never seen it done before. Because most architectural visualization real-time projects are really simple and somewhat limiting. And I think this might be a little over the top, but this was my way of exploring ArchViz and understanding how blueprints, animations, and other things work. Like I said, the majority of this was done from scratch. Another thing to mention is I think I'm using about 5 or 6 master materials, maybe 2 or 3 for some of the opaque like glasses, different types of glass that I have in the scene, translucent materials, and then one I think for a certain type of fabric, then another for like just solid regular non-translucent objects, and then anything that has translucency. Since I'm on 5.6, nanite is disabled, so this isn't really optimized for nanite because there are a lot of combined meshes that do have transparency. My screens, for example, have like a maybe not this one, but my TVs have a transparent glass because in real life that's the physical properties are the same. Let me see, I got another text.
Look what happened. Nothing came up.
Why not? Something you can figure out, right? So let's reattach to my player character. Let's unmute the audio.
I just want slide.
I just won't.
Turn that off.
Kilmer, I guess the gloom on the grave.
Let's cue up the music.
In a world of sound, where every detail matters and every whisper tells a story, you're about to experience the true power of 5.1 surround sound. Front left, where motion begins, carrying the rhythm, the wind, and the movement across your scene.
I can't keep looking though, okay? What are you trying to do? What are you about to do?
Center. The voice of your world, where dialogue lives and the story takes form. Front right, completing the picture with clarity, melody, and precision. LFE channel. The heartbeat of your system. Deep, powerful, resonating through every inch of your room. Surround left. Immersion begins here, behind you, where echoes, reverb, and space come alive. Surround right. Enveloping you in a 360 degrees field of
Let's see if I
realism and cinematic
can
depth.
modify this while in game. I want to try anyways. Let's do,
Now, all channels unite. You're not just hearing sound, you're inside it. This is the best way to experience true 5.1 sound on YouTube.
Alright, there we go. Turn that resolution all the way down. Cool. Turn on the structure, boolean. Let's make sure nothing else is.
Guess you weren't expecting it.
What the hell is going on?
All right, there we go. There we have it. It's very nice. Main structure not hidden. Let's reset everything. Let's see, structure brick. What else we got? Game start hide text. Let's see. Let's type in hidden and make sure nothing else is hidden in the game. Hilarious, Zeppelin. Hilarious, buddy.
Look at his face on the block.
On what block?
Look at you.
I saw it, yeah. It's hilarious, isn't it? And there you have it. Let's see our light blocking volume. Let's find that. So data. Let's go game mode. Let's grab this and hidden in game. So I will be doing a couple tutorials, like for courses, video series on YouTube to kind of go through everything that I've done to figure out how to do this. It started with measuring this bedroom right here. And I hope to compile a bunch of footage kind of showcasing the timeline from when I first started to now, because I think it's pretty incredible, the amount of accuracy and the work that I've done. The last thing I want to do though before I continue is I want to see if I can preview that augmented version, which would mean I need to open some doors. So let's just do a simple 45. Just grab it, throw it to a 90-degree angle. A couple doors I need to open. I don't think I'll go back that far, but we'll open it anyways.
I think this kind of means I'm close to them.
And I should be able to, let's hide this text. So let's set this to hidden.
I never dig down into the ground and find a cave with lava.
You never did?
I found a cave that has lava and bats. You don't have to be scared because I don't have any life.
Really? Here we go. And I want to open the garage. I forgot I put those little thresholds in there. Attention to detail, baby. Attention to detail. One of the things that I spent a lot of time on yesterday, and I mentioned this earlier, is these chairs. I just did a tech demo for these chairs, and man, they were very hard to implement. I'm gonna duplicate them real quick before I show the augmented reality thing. I'm gonna bring these chairs out. Let's set this one to the ground. And again, like, you know, the wheel is one mesh. It's got some transparency. Like, I did a lot of work on just getting the detail. So the wheel is a mesh. This little part right here that holds the wheel and spins is a mesh. So I should be able to double click it. Let's see if I can rotate it. Yeah. And then this part right here is also an individual mesh. So I could, you know, grab the chair. Let me see if I can, you know, turn the chair around. So I set this up, and it is a blueprint with physics constraints in it. The same thing is true for the skateboard. So in the blueprint, you'd want the I don't think I showed the, I think I did show the car animation. In the blueprint, you want the axes to be like the world origin of the blueprint to be like at the very bottom, unless you want to be able to grab it at a specific point. So, you know, I'm gonna hit play. Let's go. So I can run into the chair. See, jump on it. It's gonna spin around. Can move it around. As you can see, when I pick it up, the wheels are gonna spin. And whichever way it's rolling, so that was really fun. Basically, this chair mesh was about 30 pieces, 30 meshes. I combined the top part of the chair with the little hydraulic rod. I combined the legs as one. Actually, I'll open it up real quick and show you. So let's go out and Control E. I'm using two interfaces, which are grab and interaction. Interaction allows you to just click it and have it do some sort of perform some function. Grab obviously lets you pick it up and move it around. And then you have this top mesh. You know, I don't think I can turn it on and off unless I just choose visible. Right, as you can see. Okay, then you have the legs. And then you have these little casters. And then you have the wheel. So it was all individual pieces. I just went in there and optimized the material so that I'm using the same materials that I have throughout the rest of my scene. And then set the pivot for the wheels to be directly in the center with the forward facing axes, the red axes, in the position where the wheel spins. And then for this, it's centered on this little point here. So let's go back and find the chair and the legs. And then the chair and the legs share a pivot. Share the same pivot too. So right in the center of this little thing. That way I can easily set the physics constraint to let the chair spin where it's supposed to. And then it's easy for me to then go and bring that into the world as a blueprint and modify its physics properties. That took a really long time to figure out. Once I figured it out though, I then was able to duplicate it because both of these chairs are different meshes. It might look the same. The wheels, casters, and the legs are the same, but the chairs themselves are actually different meshes. So now my goal here is, as I move forward and maybe potentially start working with like bigger developers who have office space, I can take 5-6 different types of chairs, if not more, and then bring those chairs into this blueprint and just replicate the blueprint so that, you know, I'm expanding my office chair library. And I kind of have the same thought process for all the other meshes. Like if there is a scene where I'm dealing with a lot of bar stools and different types of chairs, all of my bar stools can sit in the same blueprint And then all I have to do, you know, let's say Control E, open up that blueprint. You'll see that I have a switcher, and I think it's called a multi-gate. Basically have a multi-gate. If I do an interaction, which in this case is a left click of the mouse, or I think X on a gamepad, it's going to throw out an action to output 0 or index 0 to set the visibility of the mesh that's already visible to I guess not be visible, and then set the mesh number 2 to visible, and then enable the collision on mesh 2 and disable the collision on mesh 1. So basically you have this logic that every time you click on this mesh, it's going to cycle between, you know, bar stool 1 and then bar stool 2. In this case, I've just replicated bar stool 1 and 2 across all of my meshes. So I've got 5 meshes, but bar stool 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, I guess. And then it just repeats. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Oh, okay, yeah. And then it sets it back to 2 to hide number 1 again. And then event begin play, we set collision enabled to no collision for all the meshes that aren't already visible. And then I can replicate this with couches, chairs, or other assets in the event that I want to do a mesh swap for an ArchViz scene. So you have a, you know, love seat that you want to bring into this. All I have to do is change the static mesh of each item, and I make sure that their pivot points are in the same place, usually the center and bottom. And with that blueprint, physics are also enabled. I've got to set it to where I can pick up the item at least like 1 inch off the ground, so that as I slide it around, it's not colliding with the collision mesh of the floor. And that's what prevents doors from opening, prevents meshes from sliding smoothly, is they collide with another collision mesh. So if I go to from lit to player collision, you can see that this mesh actually pokes through the floor a little bit. I can probably go and fix that, to be honest. And let's see what the performance is going to look like if we do. So Control E. Let's grab bar stool mesh 1. Double click it to open it, and then mesh number 3, which is mesh 2 technically. Double click and open it. Where's 2? There it is. And then let's add a collision simplified sphere just to display our collision. Then if we go back here, you'll see now there's a sphere on all the bar stools. I just add that so that I can see the collision inside of the editor. Now I can delete the collision, the sphere. And then I can go down underneath, and I can potentially, let's see if we can do this, just get rid of the one that collides with the floor, or ones, if there are more than one, that collide with the floor. This one looks like it might be okay. So since I have a limit on how this object can move in the world, then chances are I don't need the whole vert, which is like a collision body that is on the floor. I can have collision on pretty much every other part of the mesh. I'm going to save that. This might make it easier for me to slot this thing around. So if I go back under the floor, let's see if we can see. Yeah, we can't really, let's see, let's double check. I think this is, what do we have here? So it looks like the floor, the bar stools actually need to be raised up a bit. So let's grab all the bar stools. Let's check these two. And let's bring them up to ensure that they are sitting right on top of the surface. Huh.
Not fair. He's turning the camera on.
All right, a little bit of optimization there. So let's save and go back to lit, and then let's just do a quick play. See how much easier it is to slide those around. Way easier. Look at that. So they're no longer getting stuck. So those little minor changes like really change the quality of the feature. So now I can easily position this without it getting stuck, and I don't have to adjust any linear restraints, because you can't pick the object up. The object can't move on the Z axis. It's limited, or it's locked from movement on the Z axis. And that's the same with, you know, doors. These are physics constraints as well. The pivot for this door is right here in the center of the hinge, and then the doorknobs and all the other parts of the door are attached to the door. So when I grab the door, or I can grab the doorknob, wherever I grab from is basically where this is going to pivot from, or where my physics handle will be. Right, so I can grab right here and just go crazy with it, but it makes it feel a little more spatially accurate, whereas most architectural visualization projects have an animated door. Yeah, it's cool to see the character grab the doorknob with his hand and like pull it open. It's cool to see an animation happen where he opens the door, then it either closes behind the character or he closes the door behind him. I like the approach to where it's like, I want to see more natural interactions with the environment. We don't open and close our door like an animation. Sometimes we just push the door open. Sometimes we push the door closed. So how we act in real life is what I wanted to kind of represent in this project, where, hey, sometimes we kind of push doors closed fast. Oh, I got it open. I forgot. When I have the door open outside of the blueprint, it's gonna stay open. But the door has this damping that allows it to kind of slowly stop swinging, and it just feels weighted. It feels real. So I think doing this opens up the door for conversations to happen when you're dealing with architectural visualization and companies that manufacture doors and companies that manufacture furniture and appliances, to say, hey, we're doing this architectural visualization of this skyscraper that's set to be developed in 2030, and we're looking for an appliance partner to do washer and dryers, stoves, dishwashers, refrigerators, microwaves. And in the architectural visualization project, we want a full mesh for all of your appliances. That's okay. You just have to wait for it to come back on. There's no magic way to undo it, you know? We can't, you know what I mean, Zeppelin? We can't magically go back to where it was before it turned off. And I think it's that thing that you bought. You bought the portal gun, right? By accident. Remember the portal gun that you tried to open up when you first picked up the tablet today? Where you can shoot the big blue circle in the wall. I think that's maybe what's crashing it. So tonight I'll take a look at it and see if I can fix it, okay? Sound good? on this tablet.
Nope, I didn't open it. Because look, when I pressed it, I have to buy it.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I was talking about something different. I'll tell you more about it in a minute. So to have those conversations with these companies that may have some sort of involvement in the partnership for developing a big project, or giving them a deal on 500 dishwashers and 500 refrigerators or whatever. It's like they might want to be involved in a marketing campaign that showcases the whole property, and they want their appliances to look just as good as the marketing materials. So there's an opportunity there for us to say, hey, we want to get access to all the 3D files from the manufacturer, so that we can showcase these high fidelity interiors and create these marketing renders. And then that opens up, the floor for them to have us to have conversations about how we can implement those into our interactive scenes. For whatever reason, that's, I think it's more appropriate to have that conversation with companies that sell lighting, right? So it's like, hey, we're doing a lighting study for this 500 unit build, and before we spend money on lights, we're looking to partner with a company that might want to provide us with 3D assets so that we can actually have a physically accurate display of what these particular light fixtures are going to look like in the scene. And Buster and Punch or whoever might say, hey, we're really interested in this, we'd love to partner and provide all of our assets for visualization. We've got some ideas for how we can contribute to the aesthetic of this luxury development. Here are the files, here are our plans, here's how you implement, here are the properties of the fixtures and lights. And believe it or not, people study those things and put money into how they plan out spaces with lighting. It's like, the kitchen needs to have this what is it called, temperature, and these spaces need to have these temperatures. So if I open up my light blueprint, Control E, and I go to the point light, I can manipulate the temperature, and there are very specific temperatures for different scenarios. If I go to Google, light temperature chart, I'm typing all crazy. And let's see, interior, let's search for, and let's see just what comes up. Interior light chart. So I look at stuff like this all the time, and I'm thinking, it's beyond architecture at this point. You're talking about creating a process where architects can work with interior designers, work with the engineers, work with the lighting department, work with the people who are doing furniture and staging, work with the people who are doing paint, because obviously under different lighting conditions, they're going to want to choose a paint that's appropriate for a luxury development. It's a luxury development. So before they spend $2 billion or $12 million on a development, please stop, Zeppelin. They're going to spend a lot of money on studying the property, studying the light, the natural light from the sun, for example. Let's see. Let's grab this real quick. Can I open this in a new tab and see it? I want to see the larger image. I guess that's as big as it gets. So warm white, 2700K to 3300K, ideal for homes. Do I need to grab that? You're being disrespectful. What is it? You're being disrespectful. Talk to me and tell me what you want.
They like to let us pay for everything.
Yes, that's why we don't buy anything. Just play the game how it's meant to be played without paying for stuff.
I don't like paying.
Me neither.
I do.
Alright, well, you don't have anything to pay with right now, okay?
Yes, I do. I have money.
You have cash. You don't have money on your tablet. Excuse me. The 5-year-old being the 5-year-old. So 4,200 to 4,500 is ideal for kitchen and workspaces. So all of this knowledge, your average architecture visualization person is not going to be thinking about this. Your average architecture professional who says, oh, we don't need real-time architecture visualization. I'm like, you're not really considering the amount of value you as a visualization person could bring to the architect, to the stakeholders who have to spend money in 12 different places, if not more, and has to manage how all these different responsible parties come together. So the interior designer, the lighting person, the engineer, the architect, the person who's staging, buying furniture, I can't think the guy that specializes in like understanding paint. You have all these conversations happening, and then you say, hey, we want to get a change on the paint color. Now he has to communicate with the, maybe not, but realistically speaking, on a large development, they're communicating with different departments one by one. Oh, let me email the lighting guy. Lighting guy takes 2 days to see the email, responds. Lighting guy needs to talk to the engineer because they want to change a light configuration, and that requires some sort of a structural change. The engineer sends an email to the architect. It's like, hey, if all of this was inside of one platform to where we could kind of visualize all this together, we can make more informed decisions, and then we can pull these 3D assets and these digital twins into a shared space to where the architect's Revit model is sitting right there alongside the interior designer's SketchUp model, and then the engineer's 3ds Max model is sitting right next to, the mood boards for the person who is responsible for staging the scenes, right? And that person that's staging the scene can then open up Unreal Engine and have all these different data sets from those different departments pouring into one Unreal Engine project. All they have to do now is go in there and say, hey, I see that you changed the kitchen lighting to let's say 4,500K. I went in here and updated the furniture, the material for these furnishings or the products to reflect how that change modifies the mood of the space. Those conversations and the time that it takes to get those people together to make these decisions costs money. So in an effort to reduce the cost, we bring these spaces together and all this knowledge together. And that's really how I'm able to say, hey, I'm going to charge you $30,000 for this ArchViz project because I'm going to be communicating with everybody and helping you bring all those conversations into one space. I'm bringing all the interior designers' work into Unreal Engine. I'm bringing the paint guys, choices for paint and materials. He wants this marble, this color paint on this type of material, and we're going to do this type of tile, blah, blah, blah. Let's see what that looks like in the engine before you guys spend any money, and then go on the site after it's hard hat ready. It's hard hat ready doesn't mean that you can go in there and see your walls up and then start comparing paint. It doesn't mean you can go in there, see your walls up, and then bring in 10 different sets of like tile flip books and then start putting them up against the wall to see how they look in the lighting. You have to wait until after the hard hat stage. You do a hard hat walkthrough. 9 times out of 10 is dust and dirt on the floors. You got some sheetrock up, and a lot of things are still undone. You just kind of get a general sense of the space. Well, we can replicate that process in the engine before ground is even broken. and then throw into this architectural model all the different material choices. Yo, what's up, Bailey? And all those material choices are now, you can just click, hey, let's see the lighting here. Let's see this time of day. Let's see these light fixtures. Click, click, click. We change the time of day, we change the light fixtures, we change the temperature on the lights, and then we change the material parameters. Hey, let's see if this black splash would look better with marble or this particular type of tile. Let's choose between these different colors of tile against this type of paint. Now you're doing that entire process years before development happens. So when the hard hat phase is gone and you're actually ready to start moving in, or not moving in, but bringing in fixtures and appliances, you've already got your entire catalog of materials and furniture purchased, ordered, delivered, ready to be installed. And it cuts down the process. Not consistently, no. I kind of set it aside to work on this. Have you seen what I've done with this? So I was going to put this project aside and work more on, I wanted to do the Hey Arnold's bedroom. I want to do a 1990s skating rink. Destruction Derby, hopefully I can get some people to like see that who might want to help me work on some of the mechanics for the car. But I have no plans yet to jump back into the Destruction Derby until like maybe sometime in the second quarter of next year. Because there's only so much I can do aside from like ripping more tracks from the game and creating high quality versions of the other tracks. But what was most interesting to me was the Red Pike Arena, which I think I've gotten that to a point to where I'm a bit satisfied with this showcase that I have. You made the car that I was looking at. Which car? Can you link me to it? I gotta see this. Conversation pivot. But anyways, you know, I think all this, everything that I'm doing on this project is meant to showcase how we can take these architecture visualization projects 100 steps further and give people more access. And I wanted to see if I can create those blueprints from scratch. Some of this was kind of a gimmick because this is actually our basement and my son's stuff magnets were actually like on this refrigerator. So aside from creating the blueprints for ArchViz, I wanted to actually replicate our whole basement and bring our actual furniture in here. Yeah, if you have a link that you can send me to the car you're talking about, I would love to see which one you made. These paintings are real. I took pictures of them and then brought the images into the engine and then created static meshes. I did a lot of my modeling in SketchUp, but I started using Unreal Engine's built-in modeling tools to then go and create some basic assets, which is really insane. And then the audio I wanted to replicate as well to get a more realistic depiction of spatialization. So I'm going to run through this project one more time before I start talking about something else. So let's see what we got. One change I made from the original packaged project is I muted the audio by default, so I can press M.
I just wanted to all the lightning and thunder and stuff. You didn't see any of that?
No, but that sounds amazing. Can I see some of that?
Yeah.
Time of day each time you sent your ArtStation link. Where did you send it to? Oh, I think something's starting to ring a bell a little bit. Are we connected on Instagram? But now, I've fixed a couple things in here that make this project feel a little more polished. On your tablet? Yeah. Okay. I'm also going to set this up to where you can change fixtures and change the material of the marble and granite. I've got physics restraints on the refrigerators. So one thing at a time here. This was a custom blueprint I made to make all these letters interactable. Then of course, let's turn off every light all at once. I've got night lights for every light. So every switch that you turn on or off, it's going to activate or deactivate the night lights. Let's turn those lights back on. You can turn on and off the air conditioner. I still need to build out the 2x4 structure that goes under this. And of course, that's not really an appropriate AC unit, but it's all I had. I didn't feel like making a new model. So again, lights off. Show the night light view. Change time of day. Interact with windows. Pick up objects. Throw the objects. Open and close doors. Dynamic lighting. It all looks nice. You can push and close doors with your body. Turn on and off different appliances. And get different lighting scenarios. Pick up other things. Rotate them. The chair blueprint was fun to make. It's accurate. I love how those wheels work. All the TVs have a playlist. Even the car has a blueprint. Got to fix the ray tracing on it. The garage is a blueprint. Physics objects behave like they're supposed to. This has physical properties that make it bouncy. I don't have any sounds on anything yet. Well, not everything. And then my favorite, I spent the week working on this one.
In a world of sound,
Guess you weren't expecting it.
What the hell is going on?
We have now. Good morning, Corey.
So very cool. And then of course, we're using a real LED to handle the screen. No, you already had chips. And if you keep being good, you might get some more tonight after dinner. How about that? Sound good?
And after lunch.
Oh, and the other thing was the time of day. It's
I'm the Lorax,
right now.
guardian of the forest. I speak for the trees. So you're telling me you
Sure,
just
give me a
didn't
minute.
see
Let me
me
finish what I'm
magically
doing,
appear
okay?
out of that stump with all the lightning and thunder and stuff? Did you see any of that?
No, but that sounds amazing.
Okay, give me a sec. Thank you. And one of my other favorite things is the audio occlusion that I've set up. So let's say all the lights are off. Let's play audio on here. I'm going to switch it to this.
Guess you weren't expecting it.
What the hell is going on?
We
We have now reached the junction.
Let's go over here.
Well, I guess the surgery didn't go so well.
This sounds good.
Away, Larry.
Who are you?
I'm Anna.
Let me check my YouTube. Hello, good sir. How are you doing today? I'm doing great.
Choose one place to spend eternity.
But I love how the audio
And who to
is
spend it
handled with
with.
complex collision occlusion.
You're dead.
So if I walk behind a wall,
It took him forever to figure that out.
all right, let's check it out.
I've been waiting for this golden goose for 67 goddamn
Comments. YouTube might be removing links. I think they are. But at 901 CORY Owens, you can send me a Instagram message. So I'll send it at 901 Corey Owens. That should go across to YouTube and Twitch. Feel free to send it on Instagram. So initially, I built this whole structure in SketchUp. I took my tape measure right here. I measured the whole house. I drew, not the whole house, the basement, all the dimensions on paper inside of a notebook. It took me, realistically, I could say if I just did it all day and night, it might take me a week to get everything measured. I measured the vents, I measured the lights, I measured the TV, the computer, the desk, the legs on the desk, the windows, the trim, the baseboard, crown molding, kitchen counters, sinks, cabinet doors, doorknobs. I measured everything, literally everything. And I drew it all mostly in SketchUp, but I did a lot of modeling in Unreal Engine too. From lighting, sound, interactive stuff, physics, is there a way I can purchase your masterclass? I don't have a masterclass yet, but I do have a Patreon. And if you will kindly even subscribe to my Patreon for free, you know, there is this project, an executable of it, an earlier version, which you can download on my Patreon. I think you might need to search Memphis Metas. So let me type this in the chat. Patreon.com/C/Memphis Metas, I think is the link. Let me copy and check that. I should know this. And what I'll be doing is I'll be releasing, yes, this is it. An updated version of this package project, as well as the Unreal Engine file, so that you can go in there and dissect and maybe copy over the blueprints to another project. It's really complicated, so I plan on making some videos once I have kind of the financial stability to have the free time to really make those videos worth watching. Thank you for sending that link. Let me go check it out right now. And with that, the masterclass will kind of be built inside of those. So if you want to support me, I would really appreciate any amount of support through my Patreon. I don't want to sell a masterclass until I know that everything I've created here can be taught in a digestible way. Because I have a way of like kind of going on a tangent and teaching people stuff that they don't necessarily want to learn. Instagram. Instagram is trying to make you watch so many videos. It's like no matter how and where you swipe, you're going to see another feed. Let's see. There it is. Oh, no way. Yeah. All right. So this is hilarious. This is crazy. First of all, I knew that name looked familiar. Y'all, I Googled around to see who else was doing stuff like this. And I came across... Bailey, are you a woman? You know, we're in 2025. I can't like misgender folks these days. I came across Bailey's profile And it's funny, I came across this probably around the time you made it. So it says this was posted 3 years ago. And this has been in the back of my head for, okay, I had to clarify just to make sure. I came across his page.
Daddy, when I went down here, the sandwich turned a little bit.
A weird color?
Yeah. The sandwich turned into a new color.
Okay. And I saw this model, and I think I like saved a link to your stuff somewhere. How long did it take to make this project with all the features? I would say with the time between me like getting him prepared for school and stuff, probably 3 months total if I just combine all the time. I came across this 2 or 3 years ago, and I really wanted to make a Destruction Derby game. Bailey, we should work together. We should collaborate in some way or another. And in an effort to figure out how to better use Unreal Engine, I decided to bring my basement that I'm in now into the game to like figure out how the engine works. And this whole project is a result of that. But my goal was eventually to go back to Destruction Derby. It's hilarious. And kind of build that game up from the ground up. But I didn't want to take the approach of having a game ready, optimized project. I wanted to do something that was a little crazier and build a cinematic trailer and have cinematic tracks that were replicas of the original game, which I have the game on the computer in a emulator.
Daddy, I had to tell you something.
Wait a minute. I'm in the middle of talking. Can you remember it and tell me in just a second? And I ripped the model out of the emulator, the Red Pike Arena, and just started testing my theory to see if it was even possible to like create a cinematic scene. So that's where I'm at now. And this project was my way of like just really learning the engine. So yeah, I'm going to try to package this weekend. And if I can't get it to package, because, well, I think I just need to duplicate the project over to a new project to get rid of whatever errors are preventing the packaging. But I'm going to save this as an Unreal Engine project that you can download once I free up some space in my Google Drive to upload the whole project, so y'all can download this. I'm a noob in Unreal. Do I have to be good at coding to be able to create interactive environments? You have to be good at YouTubing. You have to be good at researching. If you can learn how to ask the right questions, you can get the right answers for everything you want to be able to do. And you do not have to know anything about anything if you're good at finding the answers to your questions. So instead of trying to be good at Unreal Engine, be good at looking for the answers that you don't know you need yet. So for me, I've used Unreal Engine for about 5 years now. And 90% of what I know in Unreal, I learned in the last 6 months. Because for the first 4 years, it was me trying to just throw a bunch of other people's assets into my scene and like make it look how I wanted it. Now, over the last year, over the last year, I've learned how to not only bring other people's assets into my scene and optimize those assets for Unreal Engine, but how to make all of my own assets in other programs, Blender, SketchUp, or directly in the engine. And my big thing is like the modeling tools. You know, of course, I can just go in here real quick and just go to modeling mode and then grab under my favorites, a box, throw it in the scene, hit accept, go into polygroup edit, and then I can pretty much do everything I want to this box to make it whatever type of object I need it to be. And I didn't know that all these tools, like it was so easy to use these tools. The only things that Unreal Engine is not very good at right now is direct, like accurate measurements. So SketchUp and other 3D softwares, hey, you're being too loud. I can enter a measurement to say how long I want a line or a box to be, how deep and wide. Pause. But, you know, pretty much everything you want to do inside the engine, like, can be done in the engine. So I can grab all of these edges, select all. Please stop, Zeppelin. And let's do bevel. No, don't stick it on electronics.
Like this?
Yeah, not on electronics.
Like this?
Don't even play like that, please. And I was like, oh, okay, so most of these features that I've been looking for in all these other projects or in all these other softwares, I don't have to leave the engine to do 90% of the stuff that I normally had to do, like projecting UVs and then applying materials. So I can go, you know, brick. I see Zeppelin, but I'm in the middle of something. Okay, and when I'm done, I can interact and engage with you, okay?
Guess what?
What?
The thing when I was going to swim, I went on the kayak.
You went on a kayak?
What are those called? A kayak.
Let's talk about that when I'm done, okay?
But what's a kayak?
Can we talk about that when I'm done? Okay, well, you can't have any chips or anything tonight if you can't be respectful.
Okay.
That's how we're going to do this, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so what is it? I told you I'm in the middle of something.
I want to tell you what is a kayak.
Okay, I said I don't want to talk about that right now. I said, can we talk about that when I'm done? And if we can't talk about that when I'm done, then all the stuff that you're asking me for, we can't have. Does that make sense? Are you sure? Are you positive? Okay. All right, I'm serious. How serious are you? Okay. Find something to do until I finish. Does that sound good? You still have your tablet, right? Trying to teach my 5-year-old respect. And not trying to sugarcoat anything. It's like, oh, let's turn off the stream and discipline the kid. It's like, nope, we're keeping the stream on and we're going to talk about this. But I learned that there's so much that you can do directly in the engine that a lot of people I find struggle to figure out how to do on like Reddit when I'm looking at through different threads. And of course, they're not always game performant, but here's the thing. If you want to make an experience or a game, think about Choo Choo Charles, which I think is a well optimized, it's a good game for the type of game that it is. The best way to get to make a successful project is to get eyes on the project. And by getting eyes on the project, you get other people interested in supporting that thing, even if it's not polished. So it's like, oh, do I need to be an expert at game development to make a successful game? It's like, no, you kind of need to know how to hack attention. And I have a computer that has a lot of VRAM, so I can create high fidelity scenes without worrying about optimization. And the faster I am at going from an idea in my head to an actual product, hey, Zeppelin, you can go get that bag of cereal and just put some of it in a bowl. You don't want to do it by yourself? Why? You said you want cereal without milk, right? So go get some. Go get some while I'm in the middle of this. Okay, well, don't have it until I'm done then. You can wait until I'm done? That's your two options. You either wait until I'm done or you can go get it. Try not to make a mess on the floor, okay? So instead of focusing on game optimization, I'm bootstrapping and I'm trying to get attention on my project and get investors. And I'm thinking about this in a way that it's like, if you're working in Unreal Engine, you have access to people who want to use this skill, not just to maybe buy your game one day. You can get jobs doing the things you're learning how to do. So I go to, what is it called? Upwork, for example, Facebook. I share this on Reddit. And I put my projects on there that I'm working on, and people see them and they're like, oh my God, this is cool. It's like, hey, YouTube University. I spend 24 hours on the computer and I go to YouTube and I find every answer to every question that I need. And then I go into ChatGPT and I say, hey, how do you create a blueprint for X, Y, and Z? For the most part, ChatGPT and Google will give you the direct answer. You grab this node, you connect it to this, you do this. You don't need to know C++ or coding to make it happen. How do I import a model into the engine? How do I use the modeling tools? Blah, blah, blah. 6 months later, I have this whole scene that's a replica of my apartment. I can pull my iPad up, connect a virtual camera, and walk through, my basement, and walk through the basement and match the location of the tablet to the location of the camera in my scene. And now I have an augmented experience version. I uploaded a video of me doing that to Reddit, and an architecture firm, one of the guys that represents that firm, reached out to me and said, hey, we are bidding for a major development. It's a multi-million-dollar project, and we wanted to add a augmented reality walkthrough to the back end of our presentation. We've already spent $300,000 like creating the presentation, doing the design of the building for the proposal. I'm like, damn, they spent that kind of money on a project that they might not even like win. And I learned that architecture, like bigger firms, typically will invest that amount of money for a chance at winning these billion-dollar bids for building out these, major developments, like a medical facility, for example. So knowing that that's what's at stake, what's up for grabs, I'm like, okay, I'm just experimenting with Unreal Engine, and I don't know what I don't know, but I know how to find out what I don't know. So maybe in 35 days, I can contextualize this building that they have as a Revit model inside of like the exact coordinates of the place where this building is supposed to be developed, and I could build an augmented reality experience for them. So I said, hey, I can do this. It's probably going to cost $20-something thousand. At the end of the day, I was able to do it in 36 days, create the augmented reality experience. I carried my computer an hour and 30 minutes away, like I obviously drove it there, and just from that Reddit post, I was able to essentially bill for $30,000 worth of work over 30 days. So since it was a bid, I built 30% of that, and I got paid $10,000 for 30 days worth of work in Unreal Engine. And I've never made money from Unreal Engine prior to that. I've made money from architectural visualization with V-Ray and SketchUp, sure, but I didn't know anything about augmented reality, binding an iPad to your scene, how to even get all the stuff like from Google Earth to show up in a remote setting where I don't have access to good internet or an internet connection. Like I figured all that stuff out at the last minute and was able to pull through. So when the presentation happened, I could pull up the tablet or 4 tablets and have different stakeholders from the medical facility who were at the presentation pick up a tablet and walk around a virtual environment. So I was like, whoa, I can do this. And I sacrificed pretty much everything and threw all my projects aside to make that project happen, and I got paid for it. So in other words, no, you don't need to be a pro at Unreal Engine. 2, you don't need to focus solely on what your end goal with using the engine is. My end goal is to make a video game that brings all of my city into the game, like Grand Theft Auto minus the gunplay. And then integrate in that game a bunch of other virtualized experiences. So yeah, you want to be able to walk around my city, see the city in the past, the present, and potentially the future. And I'm thinking to myself, most people who are in this position wanting to make a game are banking on the fact that maybe one day they can sell that game. First of all, it's going to cost a lot of money and time. But in the meantime, if I'm making a game about my city, I can contact different people who are into real estate and architecture and urban development, urban planning, city planning, marketing for the city to say, hey, I'm working on this project. Is there a way that we can partner? And I sell naming rights to local restaurants to include their restaurants in the game. In exchange for the money they pay for the naming rights and sponsorship or partnership, I can provide them with a 3D model of their restaurant. While I'm building out this environment, I can also contextualize a new development for an office building and work with an architecture firm to help them create marketing material using my game that nobody has paid for or knows about yet, and use the environment from my game to give them a platform to market the new development. So my drafting teacher in high school, where I started to learn about architecture drafting, I would always say there are 6 different ways to do everything. There are 6 different ways to put a texture on an object, but there are also 6 different ways to sell your game without ever selling your game. And that mindset helped me understand, like, oh, okay, look, I can hack this. So now this visualization project is designed to where I'm Instagramming and sending emails out to hundreds of furniture companies to say, hey, I can create a software or I don't know, like an application to where you can take all your entire catalog of furniture. If you have 3D models, we can bring them in here. If you don't, I can get the 3D models made, and we can do a visualization app that lets you stage a scene or just show high quality 3D models of your furnishings and switch materials or show them in different lightings or show them in real time, whatever. I'm sending out hundreds of messages to furniture companies. Alongside that, I'm sending out hundreds of messages to lighting companies, companies that make lights, and hundreds of messages to manufacturing companies who do appliances. So you guys want to be able to do commercials for this new refrigerator or all of your refrigerators and then have them look photoreal. So now I'm not just creating an architectural visualization project. I'm creating a project that can integrate a workflow for all those companies to come to me and say, hey, we want to do that for lighting, for all of our chandeliers. Hey, we want to do that for all of our appliances. Hey, we want to do that for all of our cabinetry. I'm a custom cabinet maker. So I'm sending messages to cabinet companies. Do you have a way to showcase your custom cabinet designs so that your clients can go to your website and enable pixel streaming? You know, Xbox is going the pixel streaming route. This computer is an Xbox. This iPad is an Xbox because everything's being streamed, right? With that same idea, we can stream all of these different companies' work in 3D. Hey, you do custom molding, crown molding, you make custom doors. Let's bring all of your doors into Unreal Engine. So while I'm learning PBR materials and blueprints and scripting and how to work inside of Unreal Engine, I'm approaching all these clients to say, here's my architectural visualization project. You can download it or you can watch it on YouTube. Would there be any interest from like your organization to bring all of your catalog into Unreal Engine? What does that do? It's like, oh, we don't really have a need for someone downloading an Unreal Engine project to look at all of our doors. That's typically not how we sell doors. It's like, yeah, of course not, but lost my train. Only on your tablet, okay? But I want to find a village. There's no villages. Yeah, I understand. understand. I forget where I was going with that. It's not just about having a standalone or a pixel streaming website where people can like actually open and close all your doors. But if you have these 3D models and you have the project, you can now create commercials. You can also create static renderings for the catalog that are in high quality. Really, it's all different ways that you can approach these different companies to say, hey, we can offer, and I'm thinking of HVAC units. It's like, of course, no HVAC company is going to say, we want an Unreal Engine project so people can go and turn the HVAC unit on and off and be wowed by the fact that they can see it in real time. It's like, no, but in approaching that type of a company, I can sell to them the idea that you can take these projects in real time, these assets, bring all of your catalog, and then when you do a trade show, your people can put on a VR headset and they can see 100 different HVAC units in front of them. They can swipe between them without you having to physically bring one of those units to a trade show. You can make it an augmented experience, which cuts down the cost of and the liability of transferring these objects, of transporting these large, expensive assets. You can bring one, sure, but then put a QR code on a pallet or a spot on the floor, give 10 people a headset. Now they can individually see which appliance they want to see or which big HVAC unit. And aside from that marketing type of experience, you can then virtualize the maintenance and installation process so that now people can take home a VR headset, study for their technician job, and do virtual maintenance on these $1 million machines and learn about the machines without having to physically have one in front of them, which cuts down the cost of training. So now you have 100 people at home training virtually on these machines in Unreal Engine, and you're cutting down the cost of and the liability, because now you don't have to have someone physically there training them on a real machine, potentially causing some accident that's fatal, right? So I'm thinking so far beyond I make games in Unreal Engine. No, it's like the whole world needs to exist in real-time 3D so that all the issues that we have that are mostly financial and industrial related can be like extinguished. So now we're thinking on such a big level that I'm positioning myself in creating these projects in a way that 10 years from now, I know that just like a brand new car comes with an application for your smartphone that you can optionally download to unlock the doors, figure out the location of the car, roll down the windows, start ventilation, control the playlist on the radio. These smart apps that connect directly to the car's infotainment system and even to the engine. Those types of experiences are going to exist for houses and for major developments. So firefighters are going to be inside of Unreal Engine looking at the city, and they'll be able to see a notification for where a fire has started. And in the engine, they can go directly to the building, the BIM model, which is provided by a architecture firm in partnership with like the city, to see exactly where that fire is, because now every like public place where people are renting rooms or leasing these units, all these spaces will be integrated with IoT, Internet of Things, sensors that not only tell you where leaks are happening, where pipes are freezing, where cars are parked, or CCTV cameras are telling you, like facial recognition, where incidents are happening, where they're hearing gunshots or screams. But these police officers and firefighters are now seeing real-time data go through Unreal Engine and spatially show them where fires are happening, what's the quickest way to access this floor of a building, what is the quickest way to rescue a group of people off of a particular floor, and it will completely optimize the entire experience, including the training process for firemen and police officers. So my whole approach to this interactive Unreal Engine thing is I'm thinking so far outside of the box that I'm not trying to create a material that can run on a PlayStation. I'm trying to create an experience that goes beyond what a person who wants to play a video game will do with it. And that's kind of in everything I'm making. It's like, this isn't just for architectural visualization. This whole project is for me to be able to approach any person in any industry and say, hey, we can bring that experience to Unreal Engine. For my metaverse project, I'm building downtown Memphis in the engine, and it's ambitious, but aside from approaching restaurants, locally owned restaurants, to say, hey, we're doing a 3-year naming right deal. Why 3 years? Because in 3 years, what if you're not open anymore? Right? So it'll expire, and if there's a new restaurant in that building when your lease is up, they can pick up the naming rights deal or choose not to. Right? And that gets your brand awareness into the game. People can go to YouTube, stream the game. Now people are learning about these restaurants because they're watching these viral videos of people virtually going to real restaurants in a virtual space. And now I've monetized the bootstrapping process before a game even exists, and I've flipped the script on having to pay like Lamborghini to include their cars in the game. It'll become a point where Lamborghini or Mazda or Audi is approaching me saying, hey, we want to do a naming rights deal because we've got a new car that's launching in 3 years. Here's the 3D model for the car. Here are the dashboard, like the UI. We want you to bring that into an Unreal Engine experience so that the people who are playing this game across the globe can now go to a virtualized dealership, buy this specific car model, and then once they drive that car in their game, think Fortnite and astronomical experience with Travis Scott. Once they buy that car in the game, they can get a job with Amazon delivering fake virtual packages to real addresses. And now Amazon has this roster of like teenagers who are about to be old enough to get a job, who now know the city streets better than their own Amazon workers. Yeah, I would be 100% down to work with you too, because I found your ArtStation and I did look at some of your newer stuff. I think, if we can find some ways to collaborate, especially on the Destruction Derby and other PlayStation and PlayStation 2 games, just to create visuals. Like, the goal is not necessarily to create a polished remake of a game, but to get so many people who would feel the nostalgia behind these to say, we want to support that and ultimately pay our way to creating a virtual game development studio, to where we're making these kind of cinematic experiences and we're getting better. We're like, just learning about it. We're not trying to make the best version of anything, but we get to a point to where we're making money from people who say they want to see more. Hey, can you do Crash Bandicoot? Hey, can you do Stuntman? It's like, yeah, we can do that. And then eventually, we'll have a studio, and we'll be able to have the money or the awareness to then approach the companies that own these copyrights and these intellectual properties and work out a deal to actually create a real game. So Unreal Engine is the one thing that has kind of made it accessible. And Nadir, I think I was saying that right, and if not, please correct me. Please ask me whatever questions you have. My Instagram handle is the same as my YouTube, which is 901 CORY Corey Owens. Whatever questions you have and whatever you want to learn, I'd be happy to make some videos and just go live and show everything that I've been able to figure out. It says I work on stage design and exhibition stalls. My goal is to create an interactive experience within that field and make my client live the experience of this event virtually. And yes, that's pretty much what this is. So I've been working in Blender for over 5 years, self-taught. I have a lot more on my ArtStation. I'll send you the link on Insta. Yeah, I'm actually on it right now, and I see some of your more recent uploads, and they look great. I love the Hot Wheels car. This is super recognizable. Like that car right there. I think my son has a couple of Hot Wheels that look like that. The weird truck design, it's very recognizable. And I recognize a lot of these cars. Are you making a Hot Wheels game? Or are you just kind of throwing stuff out there? The Derby cars, I was searching for Derby cars years ago, and I think that's how I came across. And I was looking into the Destruction Derby wiki, and I was looking for the model of the car, and I think that's how I came across your page. And I bookmarked that. Yeah, so I love your Destruction Derby designs. But yeah, these look amazing. You might be able to hit a sector of the market that I don't really touch on, because I focus so much on like photorealism, and I'm going to change all my social media handles to Geometry Corey or something, because I like, even though it's not game optimal, I love shit like this. I love physical geometry that is damn near like accurate. I love geometry, and that is the stark opposite of what video games look for performance. It's me and my buddy. So, you know, I don't make game optimal experiences, but I make something that feels kind of real enough where it's hard for me to kind of tap into the more stylized market, where I think there's a lot more money, considering EA Skate and Fortnite and Call of Duty is trying to appeal to just this wide range of gamers. My approach is more on the side of, hey, we're focused on realism. So while gamers is cool, you think somebody's going to spend maybe $200, $300, maybe $500 on the new Grand Theft Auto and whatever other paid experiences might come with it. But it's like, I don't want to approach one guy or a million people that might spend $100 on my game. I'd rather get like 10 high paying clients who have these billion-dollar developments in Dubai who say, I want to have this entire building in Unreal Engine in real time. What is it going to take? Oh, that's going to take $500,000. And they say, okay, what's your ACH? Let's do it. Let's fly you out. Let's get you the BIM models. And it's nothing to them. That's the type of clients I want to be in front of, to where I can go to Dubai and say, hey, in exchange for this, I also want a room in that building for 5 years, for 3 years, whatever. Say, okay, what's that amount to in rent? Okay, so essentially you want us to spend, $750,000 to get this virtualized experience. We're pretty much going to do that anyways. Not only are you delivering a Unreal Engine model and all these interactive things that we can use for marketing, but you have website experience, you have marketing background, you understand this isn't just for V-Ray renderings, and it can be used in all these other ways when digital twins and like digital twin technology becomes a thing. It's like, hey, I'm going to build this project with the idea that eventually you can offer a software or a dashboard to your residents so they can then control the air conditioning and the smart lighting and smart equipment in their house from a dashboard, and they can see everything in their house because we have this physical model. That's kind of where the world is going. My dream is to make my own game studio. Mine too. But I will say you got the drive, man. It's super impressive how you have all these plans in your head. It's a double-edged sword. I think it's awesome, but it prevents me from being able to like narrow down on one thing, which I think could have made me a lot more successful sooner. But that is also my dream, is to have a game studio that specializes in two things. I kind of want two studios. I want one that specializes only in Memphis, Tennessee. Like, if I'm making a virtual twin of our city and the weather is terrible, but one of our local NBA basketball stars want to film a commercial here, he can go to a Unreal Engine like LED studio that has Unreal Engine technology built into virtual production, and he can film a photoreal commercial of him doing whatever in Memphis without ever having to actually be in Memphis. With that, you know, so I want that game studio that specializes in creating environments for Memphis, because once I finish the photoreal version, I want to do a Fortnite Memphis, I want to do a Roblox Memphis, I want to do a Minecraft Memphis, and then I want to bring the photoreal model into BeamNG Drive, Flight Sim, Microsoft Flight Sim, Assetto Corsa, and then a couple of other games as like modded maps. For example, like Body Cam is coming out soon, or Body Cam and Unrecord. And then I want another studio that specializes in, it could be the same studio, in recreating photoreal versions of old games. So Destruction Derby 2 was like one of the first ideas I had because it's a favorite. Stuntman is another one. Yeah, I got the link. I'll check that out too. Yeah, but I was looking through these, and these all look really cool. Let's take a look. So the ideas that I have in my head, man, are just... You know what? I think I did come across your Hot Wheels video too. Dude, I stay on YouTube. Yeah, I think I did come across this. I definitely did see this. I saw this probably when you uploaded it. That's why your name looked so familiar when you messaged me. Hey, Zeppelin, you want to figure out what you want for dinner? Pizza? Spaghetti? Taquitos? Sandwich? Nothing yet? Oh, another one is Rush. Nintendo 64 Rush. Rush 64. I think there's multiple, like a Cruis'n USA, which was like the arcadey version. I mean, it's a pretty arcadey game as it is, but let's see, Rush. Can you imagine a photoreal version of Rush? I'm listening.
I found a desert where I used to live.
So are you telling me that there are no villages in the tablet version of Minecraft? You can't find any villages? Yeah. Let's mute the website. be logged in. We don't do YouTube ads around here. This game was so fun to me. And it probably is still, like, it still holds up. And it's so simple. So games like this, I want to take, and it's like, it can't be hard to code a game like this. But as silly as this looks, like the gamification of barrel rolls and crashing and flips, and then the soundtrack for some of these older games to get them remade. Oh man, Motor Storm, Burnout 3, and Destruction. Yeah, Destruction Derby is number one for me. I've never heard of Motor Storm. Let me look that one up. How'd you come across my, have we connected before in the past? Have you spoken to me through YouTube before? Or did I comment on something of yours? Or did you just like find me by chance? How did we connect? MotorStorm, PS3. Oh yeah. Oh, this reminds me of Downhill Domination. Man, that looks like a game that I would have loved. Kind of Mad Max feel. Yeah, this definitely reminds me of back in the day with EA Sports. Go Big was in production with the developer of SSX Tricky. I forget his name. That's another game I really want to do. And other people are kind of taking their stab at remaking SSX Tricky right now. There are some channels in Reddit, some subreddits dedicated to all the SSX Tricky stuff. Yeah, Zeppelin?
So, where do you find cheese? I mean, what are those called? I don't know what they're called.
Are you talking about some food? Some food that you want? Ravioli? Oh, Minecraft. Man, I can't help you with Minecraft. I've never played it really like that to know. I was looking at intro to modding Destruction Derby 2 and came across your video on the DD2 stuff, and I seen your we're looking at my art. A small world, and that's such an interesting like story, interesting way to like discover somebody. Yeah. I don't know really how I plan to handle the Destruction Derby thing, but I'll tell you what I did to really get myself motivated to making that project. I downloaded the emulator for PlayStation 1, and I downloaded Ninja Ripper and some other 3D Ripper. And I think I used Ninja Ripper for that. And I ripped out a couple scenes only to realize that anything that appeared behind the camera was insanely cold. The culling for PlayStation is really good. Like how they basically unload anything that you can't see. So I ripped out the model trying to get the entire level, and ultimately ended up like ripping out several parts of the gameplay to stitch the level together in Blender. And then I brought it into Unreal Engine, and then I used all the knowledge that I gained over the last year of just messing around with modeling tools to build on top of it. And I tried to build it to scale to where you bring a real car in there. And that's where you kind of came in. Is I was looking at derby cars, trying to buy one, and there was a couple like NASCAR derby cars on some websites that I have saved that have a full model, but I wanted to replicate the destruction no pun intended, of the city sample from the Matrix demo, Matrix Awakens demo, and try to bring that same level of destruction with like mesh blending or whatever onto one of those car models. But I needed it to be as high poly as possible because it was meant to be like a cinematic sequence. Quick example of how to interact with an object with physics. Yeah, of course I can. And your car was kind of the thing that when I saw someone else had the desire to do this at some point, it inspired me to pursue it. Had I not come across your car in Google, I don't think I would have ever made my Red Pike Arena. So it's funny how this comes around full circle. All right, interactions with physics. I'm going to go to I have a level that I made called Gallery, which is just a simple panorama wall. And I use this to kind of test some things and to bring in objects. So physics, I guess what I can do is I'm going to go into modeling mode, grab a box, place it here, and accept. We'll go to polygroup edit, and let's enable face. And let's just make this about the size of a door. Doesn't need to be super accurate. One thing to consider is whenever a mesh interacts with another mesh or intersects with another mesh, it could really mess up the physics of it. So if this door is supposed to pivot, open and closed on a can't think of my words right now, on a hinge, then we need to make sure that it's not intersecting with the floor. All right, that's cool. And then I'm just going to do a couple just random insets to give this a little depth. All right, so one thing that's important is once you create a mesh, you change the pivot of the mesh. So the z-axis is always up and x-axis is always forward. Inside of modeling mode, I can go edit pivot and I can choose center, bottom, top, left, right, back, front. And I know that this is the front because it should be facing me. So when I go back, it should be on the other side. I'm just going to do left, and then I'm going to bring this pivot up, and I'm going to hold control to basically get this to align with the front face of this door. And now you can see my pivot is kind of aligned here. And with some physics objects, this doesn't really matter. But yeah, you definitely inspired me for sure. You inspired you alone. That car inspired the whole creation of Red Pike Arena in Unreal Engine. So let's hit accept, and we know our pivot is now in the appropriate place so that when we want this door to open and close on a physics handle, it can. And what I'm going to do really quick is, fun tip, I have a second monitor. On that monitor, all of my outliner, I have 4 details panels docked here, and I have a content browser here. And then I have my world settings, project settings, editor preference, and plugins over here. So this is pretty much how I set this up. And I use Windows Power Toys Fancy Zones to enable child docking of these windows. These are children of Unreal Engine. And I set up these fancy zones so that I can create my own custom layouts for the windows. So super interesting productivity tip if you have a second monitor or third monitor, is to bring all of your panels out of the viewport into their own screen. Super helpful. And with that, I can manipulate multiple assets at once with these multiple detailed panels. So that's why you don't see the details panel on my main screen usually. But I'll bring it over temporarily. And for this mesh, I'm going to set it to simulate physics. But in order to do that, I have to go Control E to open up the static mesh editor. By default, you should see the back of the mesh if it's oriented appropriately. So this is the back of the door. And then you go to collision. If there's a collision, I usually remove the collision. For this, as a simple door, I can add a box simplify collision and then keep the collision properties to, let's just search complexity. Simple or project default is okay. If it's using complex collision, then you can't simulate physics on it. So you have to have a pretty simplified collision, which there are options to go and add like a sphere or a capsule and then move those capsules around in the scene. You know, if you have different shapes that you want to add a collision point to. So let's just do a box collision on there and then save it. And then I can now simulate physics in the details panel. I'll give it a mass of like, let's say 1200, which is insane, but it kind of makes it feel like it has some weight. Damping controls like how this angular damping controls how the item like slows to a stop. So the more damping you have, the more likely it's going to like kind of sit in place. The less damping, the more likely to spin freely like a wheel with greased bearings. And then linear damping kind of does the same thing. If you don't want it to slide across the floor, you can increase the damping. If you want it to feel like it's on ice, then set the damping to very low. And then of course there are material properties that you can use, but we'll probably get into that another time. With that done, I can hit simulate and this thing should fall to the floor. Let's see, it did fall to the floor, but it's a box, so it's just gonna sit there like that. Let me connect to my player controller and let's just go and play. And let me see, maybe this, oh, there it is. So boom, we got some physics. We can call that a domino. But let's grab a doorknob. So let's create a new mesh under modeling mode. Grab a sphere. Let's just drop it on the floor actually, so it's oriented correctly. I'll keep it like that and then we'll scale it down super tiny. Let's see if I can do this right. And honestly, this isn't necessary, but this will kind of just give us some visual feedback because people are used to seeing doorknobs. And another thing that I do a lot of is I Google how high is a doorknob off the ground, especially when working with SketchUp. How big is a doorknob? Or I find doorknob plans, architectural like drafting plans, and I model them to perfection. So now I can take this door, shift click these doorknobs, and honestly I can combine them, but real quick I'll go into my content browser and I'll search for Chrome. This is just my workflow, and I know you're asking about physics, but I think all of this kind of helps me contextualize things. So it's content, chrome. I'll just grab a chrome and drag it onto the scene. And then paint. Let's do white paint. And then I'll grab the door, and then I'll grab the 2 chrome handles, and I'll do a merge, and we're going to replace the first input object, which was the door. And let's go back, Control E. Let's look at our collision. Let's add a sphere just so we can visualize the collision that's already there. And honestly, if I wanted to, let's go collision, sphere, and scale this way down. And one thing about collisions or physics is that your collisions are going to make a big difference. So how you have your collisions set up, or yeah, your collision meshes, is very important. Because otherwise, with physics, your mesh won't collide with anything. So here I can go to, you know, left or right view. Unfortunately, I can't really see much that well, so we have to stay in perspective and just wing it. Hey Zeppelin, have you decided what you want? What do you want? I know. Hey, maybe since you've been so relaxed, you should watch a little TV. What do you think? All right, let's see if we can scale this just a little bit. Can I find the remote? You're welcome, buddy.
I'm gonna watch Minecraft like I was playing Minecraft.
Like you were playing while you're playing it? Okay, that sounds good to me. All right, I think that's good enough. And then let me alt drag to duplicate it and then save it. Alternatively, you could use the convert decomposition option down here to create a collision mesh and to generate one. So something to look into, just play with these settings. You gotta turn the volume way down though, okay? You don't have to turn it all the way off, just down. So what I can do now is I can go in here and go from lit to player collision. And this gives me an idea of what my physics mesh, which a collision is going to show green on a physics item. And then everything that's static is going to be blue. So those things can't move. This one has physics enabled, so it's green. Let's go back to lit. And of course I can just hit play and jump on that thing and pause, knock it over. See if I can just. But I think the reason I was trying to create a doorknob is because I wanted to do I wanted to join 2 objects together. So just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna create a torus. Happy holidays. Okay, and let's scale it down and let's just put this on the front of the door. Now we have a wreath. I'm also going to bake the transform of this so that it can stay this size and be scaled to 1. And then we're going to go Control E. And down here, I'm going to set my hole precision all the way up. Max hole verts 16 is fine. Hole count, let's set this to also 16. And then hit apply. And what that's going to do is going to generate a collision mesh, which is also important for physics. Now, if I wanted to, I could throw items through this and turn it into like a basketball hoop or something. But, you know, that's how you quickly generate collisions for other physics items. Let's save it, close it, and I'll select the door and then select basically my wreath. And then we'll go up here to the blueprint drop down where you can view your level blueprint. And I'm going to convert this selection to a blueprint class. I'm going to choose harvest components. I'm going to set this as an actor. If you don't see it, just type actor and scroll all the way to the top. And then I'll name this BP underscore Christmas, door underscore Christmas. We're going to save this in a new folder. I'm going to go to, I'll put this in my imported folder, imported assets folder. Under structure, new folder, door underscore Christmas. And then OK. Now this is a blueprint created in the folder door Christmas called blueprint door Christmas, or BP harvest components actor select. And then it automatically opens that blueprint for me. What I will do though is I'm going to grab these two static meshes and we're going to try to bring them to the world origin height. So real quick, I can go back here and drop this door to the closest collision mesh with the button end. And then as you can see, since the origin of the blueprint is a little lower than the actual height of the door, I still have that gap underneath it because it dropped to this static mesh. And that's important because this door is going to have a physics, it's physics enabled on a pivot. So inside of the blueprint, I think it's important to mention that I have a custom blueprint or a custom, what would you call this? Kind of going all over the place. A custom interface. And that interface is called grab. In order to get that interface, before you can use it, inside of your content browser, I think mine is under first person character and blueprints, and I created it in here. What you want to do is right click and search for interface. And just, you don't have to try to like do this while I'm explaining it, but come back to the video and either clip it or, you know, copy the timestamp so you can come back and rewind and watch it again. I'm going to search for a blueprint interface, and we'll call this BPI for blueprint interface, or BC for blueprint class. And I'll call this, I'll call it grip. BC underscore grip. Double click it, and basically nothing is in there. So if I open up my grab interface, let's see, we are in window, blueprint details. Basically, there's nothing in there. I want to see where I can find the, is there a function, new function? Okay, I don't think you really have to do anything in this interface except for just create it. So I got blueprint, grip, compile. There are some, I'll probably have to do a whole new video kind of explaining how this is set up. But inside of my third person or first person character, I have a interaction and grab system. And I will try to copy these blueprints so you can just do a Control-C, copy and paste them. I'll copy the blueprints into like a text file or something. But I have an interaction system. And basically what it is it's a line trace that casts a line from the player character into my scene. And anything that's at a specific distance based on my camera location, I'll be able to grab it as a physics handle if it has the interface that I just created. So the line trace will only work if the actor or the static mesh in my scene has a specific tag. And I'm gonna have to create a whole new video to kind of show you how I set this up, because it's hard to explain without having like learned fully what these nodes mean and do. But when you grab an object, I have it set to where it will set the visibility of a HUD item to show like a hand grab icon. And that only works if the item has that interface that I just created. So real quick, if I go play, you see in the middle of my screen, there's this little circle. And there's no icon that shows up when I go and try to interact with this. So I can't grab it. So inside of my blueprint, I'll have to go to class settings and then grab that class I created, which was grip. But for this one, I'll grab the grab one that I had previously created. And then in the event graph, I guess since it already has the class, I might actually be able to see. All right, so now you can see that there's a hand icon there that shows up. And if I right click, I can grab it and I can move it around. I can throw it. I mean, that's pretty much the physics setup. But I want to attach this to it. So inside of the blueprint, I'll go to viewport, grab this thing, we'll enable physics on it, simulate physics. And then I will attach it to the door. Let's see if this does what it's supposed to do. Oh, we need a physics handle. But since it's inside of the blueprint and we added that interface class, now anything inside of this class that has physics inside of this blueprint that has physics enabled can now be grabbed. So let's see if I can show you what the settings are for my first person character. I might be able to copy this into a text document and upload it somewhere. Let's try that. Copy. Go to new text document. Paste. In order to use this, this is in my first person character blueprint, and it already has a first person camera in here, so you don't really need to create that. All these nodes should exist inside of Unreal Engine already. Line trace by channel, branch, hit. The only things that you won't have if you were to go and paste this into your scene is my HUD And none of that really matters. Your program will throw an error if you try to copy this over. But what I did create is inside of my first person character, I added a physics handle with the add components button here. So search for physics handle, add that, and when I send you over this text document, you should be able to copy and paste to grab, and have all the same settings show up inside of your blueprint. What I also added are some variables. So I added a variable called out hit, grabbed actor, and gameplay tags, and then interacting actor, interact distance. I'm gonna have to set up a whole video about this, so don't try to replicate this right now. And what I'll do probably this weekend is I'll download a copy, or I'll upload a copy of this whole project so you can just download it and maybe rip the first person character and all of my blueprints out into your project. And I think that might be a better thing to do. But for this door, I want to go in here and add a physics constraint. And then we're going to call this PC underscore door. I'm going to rename my door static mesh to door. I'm going to rename the torus to wreath or swag. I think that's another name for those things. For the door, I want to set the component name 1 to just door. It has to match the name of the static mesh. And then I want to add another, let's duplicate that physics constraint, and we'll call this PC swag. I can attach this PC door to the door mesh, and then I can attach this swag to the swag just by dragging it and dropping it on top of it. But for the swag, I want to change this component name from door to swag, and then the component 2 name to door, to say that this is supposed to be attached to the door. Now for door, as you can see, my physics constraint is in the wrong place. Since it's attached to the door mesh, all I have to do is zero out its location, and it should pop over here somewhere. And then if I scroll down to linear limits, we don't want this door to move anywhere, so we're going to keep those 3 locked, but we do want it to twist. So swing motion 1, let's lock that. Let's lock swing motion 2, and I think we want to unlock swing motion 1. I want to set it to limited, but since it's free right now, set to free, if I go and hit play, we don't have a physics constraint on that yet, but I should be able to push this door and it's just going to swing in a circle. And since this swag is attached to the door, whatever the door does, it's basically going to respond because it's constrained to that door. I want to see what settings I need to make that dominate. Basically, that's how I set up like cars that I don't plan to drive and other assets that have wheels. I set them up with physics constraints. I do have Discord. But I hardly use it. One sec. Okay, so my Discord, is it trying to hide it because I'm streaming? Oh, okay. Streaming mode is enabled. All right, I'm posting my Discord in the chat. All right, so since that door just swings non-stop, let's actually delete the swag, and we don't really need to like showcase attached objects at this time. So I will go back into selection mode, hit play, and just run through the door with my body. And it's going to continue to swing like one of those, I forget what those things are called, but since there's little to no damping, it's not going to slow itself down. And since it's just like slightly off of the ground, it's not colliding with the mesh that's underneath it. All right, so I can grab it and then I can pull it, swing it however I want. And this is how I love to set up my meshes. Now, in a environment where there's a wall, what I could do is go into modeling mode, and let's grab a box. And I love the box. I absolutely love the box because you can do anything with the box. I'm going to move this, hit control, and do the same thing on this side. Hold down control. Let's bring this here and make sure it doesn't collide. Let's pull this up. Actually, let's bring it to the top of the door. Control, and then bring it up just a hair. And then add a push. We'll do an extrude. Let's bring it up to about there. I'll extrude this one as well, or actually push pull. Let's move it just a hair to the right. Do another push pull. Just a little bit. And then real quick, what I can do is I can grab this face. I should be able to middle click to move. Wait, first let's move it to here. And then middle click and move the gizmo to here while holding control to lock this to this little point. And then I can stretch that wall out to this point. A little quick hack. And now I'll click this face and push pull and drop this down to the floor. And now we have ourselves a little wall. I'll grab this face, this face, this face, this face, this face, and hit merge. We'll do the same thing on top. It's just something I like to do with my meshes. Grab these, merge these two, merge, and then do the same thing here. Merge. Okay, we got a door, and then I will, let's see. I'm going to take the outer edges. Just on the sides and the top. Do a bevel. That's good enough. Accept. And accept. And then I will do a projection, UV projection. We'll set it to auto align fit and then do 100, 100, 100. Accept. I'll click on the door. Go to the door mesh in the blueprint. Search for the material and then paste that material here. And now we have a wall. Might even just try a different material real quick, just so we can have some distinction. And Control E to go into the static mesh editor. This time for the collision, I'm going to go and search complexity, and then we'll set the collision complexity to use complex collision as simple. And then I'll add a sphere collision just so I can preview the complex collision. Then I'll delete the sphere collision. So now you can see it uses the geometry as the collision. I can save all that, close this, and now even if you don't have the grab interface, your character can just run into this. Send your friend request. I'm on most of the time. If you want to contact me, anything, I should be free 90% of the time until January 7th because I start college then. Sounds good, man. If you're out, thanks for joining, and I'll catch you next time. Or if you're just chilling and watching, hope you're enjoying. But it's nice to connect with you. All right, so now that I've got the complex collision set up for this mesh, let's test and see how this will work if I play and walk through the door. All right, so as we can see, it's
not nice to say loser.
That's right, buddy.
Why didn't he say it then?
This is exactly why we don't watch stuff like this, because sometimes they don't think about kids watching these shows when they make them, you know? So at least you're smart enough to acknowledge that what he says isn't cool. So since there's no damping, this thing will just keep bouncing around. Let's do that again. And you'll notice, let me move this out of the way. This door can't open all the way. So if I grab it and try to pull it this way, it will trip out, potentially even crash the thing, because some things are colliding that shouldn't be. Right here. So to fix that, let me see, how far can I go through that door? Two things I can do is go into modeling mode, polygroup edit, and then I'll grab these 2 points. Let's go only node selection. Grab these 2 points and then just slightly move them over. And let's see if that door can open a little wider. Yeah, it's still colliding because of the where the pivot is. So this is normal behavior for normal doors. Most games will set the pivot to like the center of the door, which hinges usually aren't at the center, and you can open the door both ways. A real world door, with physics, you got to think about how things work in real life. So since the pivot is on the outside, it's not going to be able to, you can't open this thing all the way. It's going to glitch like that. So to prevent the door from opening in the opposite direction, I can go into the blueprint, Control E, viewport. Let's click on the physics handle. And you can see the physics handle is here. I think I should be able to rotate this physics handle. Let's undo that and enable 45-degree rotation lock. I'm going to rotate it to where the arrow is facing the same way that the door is. And then inside of the physics constraint, I can scroll down and set the swing one motion to limited. I'll set the angular rotation offset to the same as the limit. So right now it's set to 45. I want this to be like 78. So let's also set the offset to 78. Now the door should only swing from the orientation of the arrow all the way to the end of this line right here. Hit compile. I'm also going to add a damping. So let's see. Swing limits, damping, set to 5 here. I can also click on the door mesh and then go down to physics and then add a angular damping. I'm going to set it to, let's say 10, and see what that does first. And then I'll hit play. I shouldn't be able to push this door at all. I just set a physics constraint, but if I go on the other side, I can now just walk through it. And since it has a angular damping of 10, you see it's not just swinging. It's like the door is heavy, like a big metal door. But I can push it all the way open, and it's going to stop, or I can grab it, and it's going to stop where my limitation is. If I swing it hard, it'll bounce. But I can go and push it closed, or I can grab it and close it. And that's basically how I do all of my physics objects. So even if you don't have the grab interface implemented where I can pick things up, there are some videos on YouTube that you can look for to figure out how to implement that. And they're pretty easy to follow, how to pick up objects. And it'll go through the whole process of setting up line traces. So I definitely recommend doing that and setting up an interface. But under the Blueprint's class settings is where you set up what interfaces the Blueprint uses. So Control E, Blueprint is open. I hit class settings here. That interface that I created was grab, so BPI. I have interaction, touch. So interaction is the one I created. Device status is one that I created, which helps me turn on and off all the devices, lights and TVs. But I'll add interaction. So I now have BPI grab and BPI interaction. Grab, I have it set to where in my player first person character blueprint, I can grab things with the right mouse button. All right, and then that's also gamepad left shoulder, which allows me to grab the object, and then also set the visibility of the little icon on my widget in my HUD to show that I've grabbed an object. And then when I let the object go, it'll change that visibility back to hidden. I also have, let's see, throw object, which is left mouse button when I have an object grabbed. Rotate object, which is R. I've implemented a lot of stuff in here. I think there's one more thing. But real quick, let's see, I was gonna add something to this. I don't remember what it was. I'm gonna change the damping back to like 1. And then I'm gonna repeat this process. So I'll go into modeling mode, grab a sphere, drop it in the scene, set the radius a little bit lower, except I'm gonna change the pivot to center, except go to blueprint, convert selection to blueprint class. It's only one object, harvest components, scroll all the way up and click actor, and then change this to BP underscore ball. And we're gonna put this in that same folder I created. So imported assets, Structure, door Christmas, okay, select. So I can delete it later. Automatically opens up a blueprint. I click on that static mesh. We're gonna just call it ball. I'll go into the static mesh editor and add a collision, sphere, simplified collision. Make sure the complexity is set to project default, which I think is simple. And then save it. Inside of the blueprint, class settings, will add interact. So I can click on it and maybe change a setting or something, and then we'll add grab. And it's as simple as that. I need to click on the ball and then enable physics. I'm going to set the mass, 100 is fine. Let's maybe do 1,000 and see how much heavier it looks. Angular damping, I'll set to 1. Linear damping, I'll set to 1. And let's see what happens with this ball. It's not going to bounce or anything because I don't have a physical material property. But I can pick it up. I can throw it. So linear damping set to 1. Kind of falls like it's got a little helium in it or something. So let's go back to the linear damping. Let's set it to 10. Let's see if that changes. All right, see, so it almost like it changes the gravity of it. So it dampens the gravity. Can I throw it? So solid linear damping. So that helps you understand the rotation. Angular damping changes how quickly it slows to a stop when rotating. Linear damping changes how quickly it slows to a stop when moving across the world laterally. Set that back to 1. I can disable gravity. Hit play. Grab the ball. I'm gonna actually, I'll let it go and it'll just chill right there. Let me escape. I want to go and add. So interact and throw object. So let me look at one of my other blueprints real quick. Let's search ball. And let's search for the blueprint class. Inside of this blueprint, I have the event throw object. I can just copy this whole thing, control copy into my ball event graph, and then change the throw distance. I need to set up a variable called pick up object. Let's put this in here. And that variable needs to be a, let's see, pickup object, throw distance is a float. Maybe I don't know. Let's go with that. Oh, pickup object is actually the ball. So let's bring the ball in here and replace that. And then we can delete this pickup object. Actually, I can rename it to throw distance and change this to a float and compile. Let's see, throw distance. Let's just bring this one in here and replace that one. Delete that one. Now I can click on throw distance and change the throw distance to, let's say, 1,000. So real quick, I'll set this to 0. And if I grab this ball, I pick it up and I left click, it's going to basically throw it nowhere. I'm going to set this throw distance to 500. Hit play. grab the object, throw it. And now since it's basically no gravity, I think there is some linear damping, so it's going to stop moving eventually. So I can change the linear damping to 0 and the angular damping to 0. Now I throw it, and it's going to continue to just go forever. So let's do that again. Now I'm going to grab it. I'm going to throw it at the door. All right, so, you know, that's physics in a nutshell. I've added a couple other things to help make this a little more realistic. So let's set the angular damping to 1, linear damping to 0.25, enable gravity, and I wanted to add a physical material override. I'm going to do Pixar ball. I set up a physical material which has these settings: 0.5 friction, restitution 0.963598, combine mode max, override combine mode, density 0.05, sleep linear threshold 1, sleep angular 0.06, sleep counter 4, raise mass to power 0.75. None of what those mean matters. Just note this is going to act like it's like a bouncy ball ish. So when I add that physical material to the physical material override, which you can create a new physical material in your content browser and use those settings, or Google to figure out what settings you need to use for the item, because it's like if you have an ice surface, you want to set the physical properties of that ice as ice, so when your character steps on it, he'll slide around and kind of come to a stop. That's what physical materials do. And they can be additive or subtractive. So if a piece of ice were to slide against a hot stove, maybe it wouldn't slide so far, it'll kind of slow itself down. The stove has a physical material that is subtractive from the ice, and that's pretty much how physical materials work. Rubber would have a physical material that would be subtractive from like the angular damping. So if a ball was to hit the rubber, it might rotate in the opposite direction, if that makes sense. Like when you throw a ball on a court, the ball will actually start spinning depending on how you threw the ball and what it collided with. So let's hit play. Grab the ball. I'm going to throw it that way. And then it's additive. So if I'm moving and I throw the ball, it'll go a little further than if I just stand still and throw it. And then it collides with my player. So a couple of other settings in the blueprint, I can click on the static mesh. I can go to collision presets, or just type collision. Can the actor step up on this ball? I can say no. And then I can, after dinner, 30 minutes. I could set the physics actor or the collision preset to physics actor and then custom. And then I can set this to where other physics bodies, it ignores other physics bodies in the pawn. This way, when I hit play, this thing should go right through this door, since the door is another physics body. And then it also shouldn't bounce up against my body since I'm the pawn. So let's bounce it up against this wall. So it ignores my pawn. Now it says I can't step up on it. I'm pretty sure that's what I said. But by default, your pawn like can detect collision meshes. But I can't like stand on the ball. I can put my foot on it, but I can't step up on it. So those kinds of things are important when you're dealing with like physics. Because if I set it to where you can step on it, let's set pawn to block, and then can character step up onto yes. And let's hit play. Let's see what it's going to do now. First of all, it might kick it. Then I can jump up on it. So you see I'm moving and it's acting weird. Right, so things to consider. So I'm going to keep pawn enabled, physics body enabled, but can actor step up on to no. And now I want to set the angular damping of this door. Let's try 10. And then I want to see if I can set this door and this wall to be like this. Wait a minute. This way. And let's duplicate it. Right now we're just kind of experimenting and just being idiots. Let's play and see if these doors start to open on their own. They do. So let's set the... let's disable gravity. Now I can step on it. And then I can also set the angular damping back to 1. Okay, a little bit. And then let's set the angular damping to 0. So yeah, there's no limitations to like what you can do with this. Well, that almost worked how I want it. Here's what we'll do. Take this. Here. And then the other thing is you can set it up to where the doors swing back. So with the constraint, let's see, constraint, let's do swing limit. Soft constraint, spring. I'm going to set the stiffness. Let's set the stiffness to 0 real quick and see what that does from 50. And then let's set the stiffness to it's set to have no gravity. I set the stiffness to 1000 or 100 first. So you really just want to experiment with the settings. Apparently the ball is heavier than I am. All right, so let's go back to the door. Set the angular damping to 0, linear damping to 1, mass 1200, enable gravity, physics restraint. Let me think. How do we get this to swing back? Damping. First, let's set this to 0. So swing limits, we've got swing 1, soft constraint, which is the spring. I think normally I disable this when I don't want it to like spring back. Let's turn off acceleration mode. Angular drive to twist and swing. Turn off acceleration mode. Let's see what that does. So, you know, really this whole thing is just generally me playing with settings and figuring out what does what. So there it is. It's swinging because gravity is enabled. So let's go back to stiffness. What does 1000 do? And then let's go back to 0. And I think if we change the weight of the door from 1200 to 10, that might make a difference. Okay, not much of one. Let's see. So my goal here is to change the settings to where this door just swings back shut. And I think it has something to do with restitution even. Nope, whatever I had it at before was even better. Yeah, but plenty of things to play with. Angular plasticity. I think the acceleration mode, linear motor, angular motor, twist and swing. What's up, buddy? Until you get chips or dinner. Have you decided what you want? Target orientation for 10 more minutes, okay? Swing. And then target velocity of swing damping. Let's test some numbers. Let's set it to 0 first. Simulate. And let's set it to 1,000 to go just extreme. So we got a lot of interesting settings here. Like we gotta to figure out what does what. And this is basically how I've built most of my scenes. It's just I play with a lot of numbers. So swing limits to 5,000. Let's see, set the doors mass to none. Angular damping to 1. So we can see that the damping happens pretty easily. So whatever game you're trying to make and whatever physics item you want to create, physics constraints is a great way to like trigger events or create this like interactive experience. You can even go in here and just create a whole puzzle just based off of physics. Component aim, let's see, door, none, where are we at?
Daddy?
Yeah. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, appreciate it. Forgot to get my laundry out. BRB. also. Okay. So I want to try to figure out the swing motion, limited swing motion 1, swing limit 78 degrees. I think something about the soft constraint might be the issue, and the restitution is what I need to edit. I don't know. I hit play. Let's hit this one. Let's see. Restitution controls the amount of bounce when a constraint is violated. Will bounce back with the same velocity as the limit. If the limit was hit, value of 0 will stop dead. So let's set the restitution to 1 and see what it does. So restitution, I'm not sure is going to give me the same result. And the angular damping is supposed to actually be 0.1, not 1. That'll give it a more realistic stop. But I thought it was the soft constraint that allowed me to like change the stiffness of the door. And I think it's a matter of the angular rotation offset. So if I set swing motion 1 to free, this could potentially fix my problem. Let's see, soft constraint. No, it is limited. Swing 1 limit. Let's do limit 8. All right, so let me go take a look at something real quick. All right, angular rotation offset is 78. We'll enable soft constraint, set it back to its default of 50. I'm going to go back to the mass of the door and set it to its default is 100. Let's set it to 0.1. And let's see what happens there. It almost goes back up. Excuse me. So it's hard. It's been, I mean, it's not hard to find tutorials and information about this. But if you don't have your specific needs in a questionable format, then the tutorials you do find might not give you the answer that's best for what you want to do. So it seemed like the stiffness really just doesn't matter. It's almost like no matter what I set it to. And I think if I set this to be, I set swing 1 limit to 78. I think we need to set this to 39. Oh, maybe to 0. All right, that does a lot more of what I expected it to. Once I centered that pivot point, it tries its hardest to swing back up. So if I set the stiffness back to, let's see, to 50 and the damping to 5, let's redo the simulation. Okay. Set this back to 0. the damping back at 0 too. Ah. Okay. And then the strength of the damping, let's set this back to 0 and see what that does. Interesting. So a lot of this is trial and error. And, you know, I just try to do things until I get the desirable result. And then I copy and paste those results over to other objects that I want to have the same, like performance. I set the damping of this one to 0. So, you know, doing things in extremes can help you understand what each setting is for. So like setting that damping of the target velocity of the swing from 0 to 1,000, for example, might exaggerate and show you what, if anything, this has an effect on. And obviously it stops the door like at its furthest swing. So I'm going to set this back to 0. And it looks like we don't need to dampen anything. What does acceleration mode do though? So let's turn that back on. And I think at this point it's a matter of like gravity. Let's turn them off. All right, so let's go back up. Soft constraint is set to 0. If I turn it off though, as you can see, it literally does nothing. So, you know, those extremes kind of help prove or disprove whether or not these settings are going to give us, you know, whatever it is we want to accomplish. Turn this over. That's conditioning. Let's see what happens when we turn off projection. All right, so some of these things don't seem to make a difference in our particular use case. But let's go back to the door. Let's disable gravity and see. Let's see, mass. Set all the damping to 0. And then gravity is not enabled, or let's enable gravity real quick, see what that does. But as you can see, it swings back a little more like I want it to. But there's got to be some setting I can increase in here to make that swing back limit more predominant. So let's try stiffness again. That doesn't make any sense. Obviously, it's probably more likely to be useful when the door is oriented in the appropriate direction. So if I were to go like this, yeah. I know. Of course you don't. All right, so this can give us a much better visual of like what's not working. That bounce back. There's supposed to be a setting on here that basically tells you that the door is either going to stop to 0 or bounce back. And let's figure out which one. which setting that is. And I thought it was restitution. What'd you say, buddy? Oh, they reached the finish line? All right, let's see where this is. And I think one of the reasons this looks so weird is because the pivot is offset in a weird space. But the goal here was to enable the door to swing back closed. And let's see, where are we at? So we don't have any constraints necessarily. We don't necessarily need the constraints. And then of course I could easily just go to Google, look this up. Inertia tensor scale, harder to rotate, custom sleep threshold. Well, I think, you know, it's fun to play with, and when you have a particular goal, you know, you got to think of different use case scenarios. And of course it's easy to set up some doors that are, you know, like those circular doors and then regular door. I usually use physics instead of having a door closed by itself. But let's say I were to go to reset this whole thing, and let's unparent this. So let's set to none. Let's add another physics constraint, and then parent it to the door, and then set it to 0 out the location, then have the component name be door. We only want this to be on a swing, and we want it to be limited, I think, and then change the angle to about, let's go 81 right there. We don't need to rotate the offset. It's, you know, everything is set as to its default settings. Let me compile and see what it does. So part of the reason it swings back is because it's intersecting with this. It's intersecting with the wall. And I think that's kind of part of the issue. So if I temporarily move the wall out of the way, how's it gonna act? It's just gonna stop dead. And that's the issue that I'm trying to fix right there. Typically you can set this up to where it springs back. So let's see, position target. Let's set this to 0, 0, 0 and set the strength to 100. And then let's hit play. Nope. That doesn't do it either. I think that's linear though, linear motor. So where is angular motor? Twist and swing, target orientation. So where do we enable that at? Zero, 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 100. There it is. All right, so it was the twist and swing angular drive mode. And I think it's really just swing since twist is locked. I could probably disable twist. The initial position, we want to try to force it to stay at the initial position. So if I copy this door up, and hit play, the gravity is weighing it down a little bit. I can set the strength of that twist and swing from 100 to, let's say, 500. And hit play. Let's see what happens. Much tighter. Oh, it throws me. That's crazy. 500 might be a little too tight, I guess. But, you know, think about this as like a ping pong table. Ping pong? Ping pong? Not a ping pong table. Pinball machine. You know, this might not be a bad way to set up flaps. There you go. That's what you call it, flaps. And now I have almost a trampoline. Let's see if we can get it to work. All right, let's see. So with a few tweaks, I can have myself a little flap. So let's set it to something a little higher. 5,000. Again, I work in extremes, and that helps me like really gauge the effectiveness. Oh, wow. So without any coding, like some simple design, simple things in a nutshell, like you could effectively create a full-on game with these simple things. I'm gonna set this back from 5,000 to 250, maybe 100. The door itself, I've already disabled the mass. We can disable gravity maybe and hit play. There it is. That's a little bit of a high throw. There's no way I weigh that much. I mean, weigh that little. That's kind of hilarious. So one thing that could help is getting rid of this. If it throws me up, at least I'll hit this thing. Oh, no. All right, gravity disabled. I don't think we need mass. But in terms of a physics constraint, let's change this to 10. Now, what I could do to fix this very simply, since I'm no longer using this as a door, is I can move the pivot about right there. Let's see if that works. Let's take these and move them over just a little bit. Fun fact, you can alt middle mouse button to temporarily change your gizmo location. And let's look at that one more time before I go put food in the oven. All right, so I'm gonna move those out of the way. Cool. 3,000. Nice. I feel like I don't weigh that much. See how high I jump right here? Now, if I jump here, I go way higher. It springs me up.
Can I try? Can I look and try the house? The house?
It's not a house.
Where's the house?
I'm gonna let him just mess around. Go jump on the door. Remember, push A to jump, right?
A?
Yeah, to jump.
air.
On the air?
See? When I stand here.
Oh, yeah. Your collision. All right, let me see.
Could I have it?
No, I'm gonna go change some settings. All right, I'm not gonna keep playing.
Oh, he fell.
Here, put the controller right there. I gotta get that off of your neck. You see that? What's that on your neck? Why is that on your neck?
Nothing's on there. I know you're trying to tickle me. I knew.
You're a smart kid.
I knew it.
All right, go pick your bag of chips.
Okay.
You can't get them yet. You're right here, right here. You gotta eat it after dinner, though. And dinner's in the oven. All right. Very cool.
This is the one. This one's I'm going to have tomorrow.
Well, you need to get 14 bags for you to take to school. You want to take chips to school? I guess we don't have any. You need to get 14 bags. All right, so from here, what I would do, this just like all stemmed from me wanting to showcase some stuff. I'm gonna set the ball to be, let's see, 11. You need 14. Well, I guess. Wait. 5, 10. Actually, you need. No. Actually, you need 10. So take 6 of them away. Yeah, how many you got now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Get one more.
I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You got 9. There's one on top, so you need one more. All right, so let's set the mass of this to 1. Linear damping, 25. Angular damping, 1 is fine. Enable gravity, yes. Hit play. And let's see what happens. Oh, so much. It weighs a whole lot less. So right now, I guess the what we have to do is kind of balance the mass of the ball to the mass of the. You can call this a bumper. So let's set that to 10. No, put it in your backpack. Put them in your backpack. Whoops. I guess I need like 10 balls then. Your backpack is over by the clothes by the wall.
Not that back. Right here somewhere.
So the same thing, this can also be done, I think, if I change the physics constraint to a linear constraint. So let's see what happens. Your backpack is under my backpack. All right, so physics constraint, we have it set to angular drive mode or target orientation at 1000. We're gonna set the linear acceleration. Yeah. To strength of 1000. And damping to 1. We're gonna turn this one and this one off. And then I'm going to change this from swing motion. I'm going to lock the swing motion and set the, I think this is the X motion to limit it. And by what distance? I don't know. And let's see what happens. Probably not going to do anything, but yeah, that kind of works. Yeah. And now we have our That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. So very simple, man. You know, we just kind of made ourselves a game here. I'm going to set this to 100. And we're going to set the strength to 2000 maybe. So at this point, it's about playing with numbers. Understanding what the constraints do. Hey, 2000 is a lot. But it definitely gets us up. Like, I can feel the bounce. Let's set the strength to 500 and see what it does. So 1,000 was probably good. And we want that spring to feel strong. So it's a matter of going through here to figure out which settings to adjust, whether or not to enable. You know, I've disabled gravity on this, so it's gravity. Gravity doesn't affect the spring. And let's set the mass to 0, or set the mass to 100 and see what difference it makes. I feel like I don't weigh nearly as much as this ball does. All right, then let me change the constraint from 100 to 500. See what the difference is. So yeah, man, it's, you can come up with all kinds of random stuff. Oh wow! So imagine I put this ball right there. Bring it up. I'm going to grab it and jump. Oh my goodness. I just launched it. That's hilarious. That's why I love this. Like, you can sit here all day and come up with random ideas. And you look at this video today and say, oh, he's playing with a door and putting a ball on it and like launching a ball in the air. A year from now, this could be a bestseller on some, you know, on the iPhone. A simple game where you launch objects. Right? And you constrain the ball to like constrain the ball to where it can't go on the y-axis, and then have the ball just bouncing. Yeah, we could literally remake Pong this way. I think I might have to challenge myself to do that. And the way you would do that is you'd have all these and then I need to change kind of the physical properties of them. So let's grab them all, set the what is this one? Let's just copy it all. A what?
The iron golem with glass all over it.
What do y'all think? What kind of game could we make with this? See how I caught that? Oh my, that's tight. I don't know what I would do with this, but I'm gonna save this. This is hilarious. He asked me to show him some physics stuff, so I played around with physics, and it's probably been over 30 minutes. It's probably been an hour. Let's go back to our other thing. So I believe it or not, is as somewhat practical and somewhat impractical as that was, I learned some things that I didn't know I needed or wanted to learn, which has led me to think about ways that I can apply these same types of constraints on buttons in my scene. I can make the same, like that bounce effect that I put on a door that was initially meant to swing can be applied to a trampoline, for example. And you know, I have a trampoline, and we can set a deform. We can set the mesh to where it's a it has an invisible material, and then there's a little circle here that has the properties of a trampoline, and if you jump on it, it sends you higher. You know, that combined with a material type, it's pretty interesting the ways in which your mind can take a simple concept from a simple tool inside the engine and think of 10 different ways you can use that tool. From, hey, what was his exact question? He said, can you show a quick? It wasn't quick. I'm sorry. I guess what I did show initially was very quick. He said, can you show us a quick example of how to interact with an object with physics? Well, that whole example wasn't quick. The first part of it was where I showed a door interacting with the door, throwing a ball through the door as a physics object, two physics objects. And then I went on this tangent of an hour long worth of me trying to figure out how to get the door sitting sideways and swinging back closed, which ultimately I figured it out. So now that process taught me exactly how the swing method, like the spring method of a door, works. Then I applied that same methodology to a linear constraint instead of a angular. So the angular is like you go through one of those doors at a restaurant that leads to a kitchen, and it's going to swing back and forth until it comes to a stop. That angular spring allows that door to basically both two doors to sit flush. And, you know, obviously you're going into the kitchen, so you walk into the right door. Someone else is going out of the kitchen, so they walk out of the door on your left, and then they both will swing back and forth until they come to a stop. It's like, hey, we can apply that to a solid object, or an object that doesn't have a swing limit, but a linear limit, and then we created a springboard. Right. So ultimately that will end up being the same method. You know, if I'm trying to do some simulation of a gymnast jumping off one of those springboards, I now know how to set up the springboard in Unreal Engine. Boom, product idea. Nobody's probably ever going to buy it, but you never know. There's parkour games that just came out. There's free running games. Somebody might want to do a gymnast game, and they might buy my springboard on Fab for $5. So the little bits of knowledge that come from, oh, I just learned how to create a swing door that springs itself closed. It's like, no, not only did I just learn how to create a spring door, I just learned how to create a springboard. So I think beyond how the physics object applies to that one asset, and now I can go and create a springboard asset that people can use who are wanting to launch a ball inside of a pinball machine. You know, and eventually I would like to create a pinball machine. So if I create a vertical pinball machine using these same features, and then set it to where when a object collides with, you know, right now it's a door, but with that, do you hear the oven yet? Okay, we've got to wait until we hear the oven, okay?
Oh, no, I did. I heard it. And then it stopped.
Yeah, if it only did it one time, that's just letting you know that the time is almost done. Instead of creating that one object, you can now create 5, 10 different objects using that feature. Now I have the daunting task of repackaging this project so you guys can download it again. Let's go daytime and lights off.
I am highly offended by it.
Actually, let's go watch something. Let's see. This is how I imagine virtual experiences being. Now to animate the character sitting down on the couch would probably take this to the next level. Because if you didn't notice, my camera is tied to the character's face now. So the little subtle, I can't tell if you can notice, but the little subtle movement of the player wasn't attached to him before. I changed something, I made some mistakes, and I changed the animation asset on this character. And none of his movements were animating except in the mirror. In the mirror, you could see the animations, but when you looked down at the character, his body was stiff when you like pan the camera downward. So I went into the blueprint of the first-person character, added some animation asset in there where it was empty, and although I have been using this template, the first-person character template, basically downloaded or imported into the project from the templates, initially it didn't have the camera bind to the character. It was just kind of there and static, and you could kind of see the character mesh, maybe like breathing, but the camera wasn't moving. So it's cool, but when I go to pick up and inspect objects, you'll notice it's moving, and it was never doing this before. So my inspect and pick up system is bind also to the movement of the camera, which means when I go to add those animations of the character actually, you know, sitting down in a chair or laying down in the bed, I would imagine that the camera is also going to change its orientation to the orientation of the player. And that could create some weird, something weird could happen if I play an animation on the character while he's also technically, quote unquote, grabbing an object, because there's no animation bind to the grabbing of an object. The pickup basically is like, I would say Resident Evil, maybe. I don't know. I can't think of a game off the top of my head where when you pick up an object, the character doesn't physically pick it up, but it just kind of floats in front of the camera. I figured that would be too much to try to do, but fun showcase to just sit here for hours and talk about this project and play with stuff. Some cool features to point out. You probably can't tell, but where the signatures are, you can tell there's a different type of metalness or specular quality to the signatures in the photos. There's one here, and I think that's a really cool little detail. All the clocks are accurate when playing an editor. So it is now 7:13.
I'm the Lorax, guardian of the.
Basically, that's a widget blueprint that is on top of the blueprint of that it includes the static meshes and the screen. So this is one entire blueprint with the widget basically on top of it. Zeppelin, did you try the pizza with the pickle?
Yeah.
What do you think? You like it?
Yeah.
We just discovered a little hack. eat a piece of pizza, have a bite, and then eat a pickle. But look, y'all, this has been a fun stream. The goal was just to chill, honestly, and kind of play around and enjoy the messing with the project. And here's the building. Maybe we take all the doors out. So start back here. Welcome to your new home. This is your basement. Concrete, exposed concrete floors. Maybe I can turn the fireplace on, which would be in the front room. And the thermostat. That's funny. All these meshes I designed from scratch inside of SketchUp. And these are the actual tubs. I think the last thing that I really wanted to do was, let's turn everything off and back on. I'm going to enable, actually no, I don't have to enable anything. I actually have this already done inside of my data folder, which is a scene that I recorded. Let's open up the sequence of the scene and then bind the camera, and then we should be able to just hit play and enjoy this little walkthrough. Let's see what the time of day is. All right. Let's press simulate. See what happens. And then let's press play.
Guardian of the forest. Let's speak to the trees.
It's a little better.
You just didn't see me magically appear out of that stump. With all the lightning and thunder and stuff. Do you see any of that?
Any napkin?
Oh, but that sounds amazing. Can I see some of that?
Yeah, I can show you. But that's not how it works.
Okay, didn't really happen. Oh, I know what you want. I got one of these for the cutest little guy I ever saw. Yummy, 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 yummy.
How dare you? Give me that!
Forgot.
Well, I'm gonna eat this, but I am highly offended by it.
Whoa! Hey, mustache! Will you stop that? What's your deal, man?
Time for you to go, beanpole.
Pull him right out. Just gonna run him right back in.
I'm highly impressed by these reflections, and everything is on medium.
It's a few hundred miles. Based on the railways, everything that Ayers told us, that's got to be where they're headed. That's where they're taking me now. We take everyone we can find.
Just walk right over the couch.
Follow the roads where we can.
And through the door. So first of all, let's pause. Let's go back just a little
We can't just hang out here forever after what we just pulled.
Click on this.
You want to wander off to some random point in the map? You don't even know what's there.
I do.
I do. All right, and let's hit play
It's
again.
been a few years, but I've been there. The last city. Let's go get another pizza. Give us our whole basic operations. That's the last thing. That's the line.
So it's not lagging. It's actually missing data from the camera sequence capture. Because I was using my iPad to walk through the basement to actually film this. To capture the camera movement, I mean.
I'm the Lorax, guardian of the forest. I speak for the trees. So you're telling me you just didn't see me appear out of that stump with all the lightning and thunder and stuff? You didn't see any of that?
No, but that sounds amazing. Can I see some of that?
Yeah, I can show you, but that's not how it works.
Okay, didn't really happen. Oh, I know what you want. I got one of these for the cutest little guy I ever saw. Yummy, 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 yummy. How dare you? Give me that.
Another, you sure?
No, I'm gonna eat this.
Watch the behind the back. The behind the back happens as a defender's there, but he's still going forward. Look at this, forward. And I said it years ago. The thing about John Morant that is mesmerizing is that he changes direction, but he doesn't go side to side. He changes direction.
Shot clock down to 8. Avdia, repair, pass over his head. Pippen, drop off. Morant. Oh! Holy cow!
Welcome back, 12! Watch this, Bucks. Just take this in. How quickly he got up to put it down. John Morant. Boy, just.
In the first half by the Grizzlies. Kuminga backs down. Finds Green. Yes! Morant blocked it! John Morant!
How about this block from Morant? Look at this. This is what you're talking about, the dedication to the deep.
Took us 6 months to complete. You got over 100 kids here now. We can't just hang out here forever after what we just told. You want to wander off to some random point in the map?
You don't even know what's there.
I do. It's been a few years, but I've been there. The last city. That's what we could call it. It was our whole base of operations. If that city is still standing, that's the last place you want to go. That's the highest.
Direction while still Huff passes out of the double, extra pass. Morant drives, got by Richards, hangs and banks it in. Somehow, otherworldly athleticism from John Morant to give the Grizzlies the lead.
Box out underneath, but here's Morant again. The ability to adjust, but it's the hang time and glide. He starts.
We don't want.
I don't like giving a boost or something.
Yes, try it.
Here's the lob, and you know exactly what Morant can do. I might throw it down.
Character. And I think when you attach the player character, it doesn't automatically possess the pawn, so that's something worth fixing. Let's see if it's an easy fix. Auto. Possess player 0. Auto. Receive input player 0. And then for whatever reason he like sinks. Oh, well, no, he's on the ground. Oh. Okay, so if I hit simulate, he received the input. Can I move him around during simulation? You can see him breathing right there, which is really cool. Okay, so it doesn't actually receive the input. Oh, snap.
Can we say oh snap also?
Yeah. All right, I think that's it for me, guys. This was fun. I think I'm at a point now where I'm like super satisfied. I'm going to spend the next couple of days optimizing a couple of things, bringing this project into a new file so that I can eliminate any weird errors of redirectories. There's one thing that like can't be found for some reason, preventing me from packaging the project. I'm going to try to copy this over to something new. We may try to update it to 5.7 or 6 Unreal Engine, whatever the newest, latest version of Unreal Engine is, and see if I can enable nanites on meshes with glass and translucency, transparency, whatever. Because if we can...
I'm already done that.
Okay.
Where is it?
I don't know, man. Just get another one.
Okay.
If we can, that would potentially bring a lot more performance. I don't have any vegetation. I don't have trees, grass, any of that stuff. I'm not going to put it in here in this project for now. And then I'm going to approach going into the beginning of next year a few things. I want to do Hey Arnold. So I want to do Arnold's bedroom. I want to do the classic cartoon Recess. I want to do the front of the school where the intro of the title sequence intro is. I want to do a 90s themed bedroom, like a teenager's bedroom, and a 90s themed skating rink / bowling alley with the neon carpets and, you know, disco ball and all that stuff. So those are my challenges. This project really helped me understand how to create blueprints, understand how to effectively do like physics and animations without actually doing animations. It's mostly just adjusting some physics settings and also creating timelines to adjust the position and orientation of different assets. Oh, I got a phone call. And it's been fun learning everything that I have. Caroline. What's up? All right, y'all. Peace.